Oh, well, good morning everyone and welcome to our Operations and Monitoring Committee meeting. I'd like to welcome online viewers, also the new Tatato members. I wasn't here at the last meeting, so welcome to Potawa and Rawiri. Thank you for your contribution. I also just want to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Sturt for ably chairing the last meeting for me and acknowledging my husband. It's truly appreciated. And I also just want to take the time to acknowledge Daphne Christophers, who did also die the day before my husband, and most of you are aware that she has contributed hugely to our community. In fact, used to play in this very chamber for citizenship ceremonies for many years. So I just want to acknowledge Daphne, and I know that a number of councillors attended her funeral. So thank you for that. So now I'd like to call for apologies, please. None? Any declarations of interest? Urgent business? Councillor Gould?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit confusing in the annual plan document put out by the council. It should be noted that it says in the document that people will also be able to have a say in person, where the annual plan process is not open to public verbal submissions.
Thank you, Councillor Gould. I'll just get Una to respond to that. Una's just gone. I'll get Una to respond to that later, all right? But I'll note that, thank you. I'll get Una to respond to that at some point in the meeting. All right, now we have, we'd like to welcome Bay of Plenty Regional Council to the table. So I know we've got Councillor Lyle Thurston. Welcome, Lyle. Well done. Karen Purcell and Stephen Lamb.
Chair, we're delighted to be here today with you and presenting on behalf of the Regional Council on the Rotorua Air Quality Working Party. It's an update, and with me I have two of our key members of staff who will be presenting, Stephen Lamb and Karen Parcell. Just a couple of points I'd like to make is that the Air Quality Working Party has been going now for some 12 or 18 months, and it's been highly successful. And I'd particularly like to thank the contribution of Councillor Donaldson and yourself, Madam Chair. I'd like this presentation, that if you're agreeable, to be reasonably conversational, so it's an interchange between us both, and I don't think we need to have a high degree of formality. In terms of the working party, just as a background to it, as I said, it's been going for about 18 months. There are 3 councillors appointed by the Bay of Plenty Regional Council, of which I'm chairman of this committee, and I'm accompanied by councillors Oppet and Tahana. There are also 2 councillors, as I mentioned, representing this entity. We also have the medical officers of health for this area, Dr. Phil Schumack and Dr. Jim Miller, and we also have appointed representatives from Housing New Zealand and the Ministry of Environment, and we have considerable input from our environmental economists based within the Regional Council. Before I hand over to our team, I think it's just a couple of points I'd like you to keep front of mind as they're doing their presentation. One, we all acknowledge the science and the research is there that Rotorua has some of the worst air quality in New Zealand. In fact, it's akin to Christchurch. So always keep that at the front of your mind. That's not something that was born out of an analysis from the Regional Council. That is national data. It's worthy to note that 30% of all complaints to the Regional Council, few as they are, dare I say, relate to air issues. But the big elephant in the room is the fact that, as Karen will highlight in her presentation, the fact that we need to meet government standards by no later than 2020. It's going to be a huge hurdle for Rotorua to jump, and that's with regards to particulates in the environment. At the end of the day, councillors, this is all about health and wellness and lessening respiratory related conditions amongst our population, particularly our young and and our elderly, and a number of us in this room are incredibly passionate, as I know we all are, about health and wellness in Rotorua. Karen will highlight the point that we need to upgrade over 7,650 fireplaces in Rotorua and replace those with 8,500 solid fuel burners. Every winter in Rotorua we exceed the National Environmental Air Standard, and please keep that in mind throughout Karen's presentation. So once again, thank you for having us. We're delighted to be here. We'll answer any questions, but as Councillor Webber has agreed, we'd like to keep this reasonably conversational for the information of you and, dare I say, your listeners and those watching. So kia ora tātou.
I appreciate that. I do think we'd like to go through the presentation, perhaps have questions at the end, just keeps it flowing nicely and gives councillors a chance to get their head around it. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou. Just as a quick sort of addition to that, this is about the regional air plan. It's the air rules, the second generation air plan rules for the whole of the region. But when we focus in on our issues, we come quite close to the issue of air quality in Rotorua. And so whilst this is looking at everything, we then, Karen's presentation will go into air quality quite specifically, noting there are other specific issues that she wants to touch on for Rotorua as well. So Karen is our lead on air quality. And now she works with Marion Henton, who in a sense does the hot swap incentive side of the program. She couldn't be here today. So Karen will take you through the overarching and then quickly get down to, so what does this mean for Rotorua?
Thanks, Stephen. Good morning, councillors. Thank you once again for having us here. What I will do is I'll brief councillors on the regional air plan in general, and then I will move down into the targeted area of Rotorua. So we have a draft regional air plan out. This is what it looks like. It's got this beautiful picture of Mount Tarawera on it. It is a second generation air plan. It is building on the existing plan that we have, which is currently operative. The objectives and policies and methods have been reworked. However, the rules are not first principles. We've looked at these rules, seen what is working, haven't touched what is working well, tweaked in a few areas where it just needed a few improvements, and made some significant changes where that was required. We have worked with a range of groups to develop this draft plan. One of them was a spray focus group in Tauranga, and of course one was our Rotorua Air Quality Working Group, which has gone, as I said, for 18 months. Prior to that, we did have another working group that was members of the community, and that was a few years previous, and we worked with them as well to come up with solutions. Engagement on this plan will focus on our known issues, such as our spraying. We've got some general dust issues, and of course those new rules that I will touch on. We have a suite of documents available, so you have the regional air plan itself, and you have been provided with that and with the discussion document. And the discussion document purpose, of course, is to help explain in layman's terms to the public what's going on with the regional air plan, because otherwise it gets a bit technical. So we want to make sure that everyone understands what we're doing here and what we're trying to achieve. So general rule changes for the region. As I said, I've updated and improved conditions where relevant. We have a couple of changes in discretionary activities. Abrasive blasters is a bigger one here, or sandblasters. That is at the moment permitted under Rule 1 of our current plan. However, it doesn't appear to be working very well, so we have shifted that into a discretionary activity. I'm expecting to talk with abrasive blasting companies to talk about the implications of that for them. We also have a couple of grey areas with two of our big emissions. One are crematoria and one is methyl bromide. That's at the Port of Tauranga. They can be quite controversial, so we've moved those into discretionary activities, which makes it crystal clear what needs to be done with those. They apply for a consent. Our boiler thresholds, it's called fuel burning equipment, I think, in the rules, but it just means boilers. They have been lowered. We found we had quite high thresholds when compared with the rest of the country, so we've moved those down. We think we know there are cumulative effects off-site from a number of boilers, so we've changed those rules there. And agrochemical spraying, which is a big issue, for example, in Western Bay, we have improved the notification conditions. That's where the main problem was with those rules. So each sub-region has its own issues, and so the rules and the policies and methods are addressing each of those sub-regions in turn. Some of them are common to all areas, and some of them are specific to each area. I included in this map also the natural sources, because people will always bring those up. What about the hydrogen sulfide that we have in Rotorua? Of course, we don't control that as part of a regional plan. We are only worried about what humans are doing and what they are discharging. So the key areas for Rotorua are dust management areas. We have our backyard burning, new boilers and domestic burners. Some of these are related to the airshed and some of them are just general contaminant issues that we have in Rotorua. So one of our big areas is open burning, which I've just colloquially called backyard burning. Urban areas is responsible for about 20% of all complaints to the Regional Council. If you look at this graph, over half of all complaints are based on air, and about half of those are smoke complaints. I also suspect that a good proportion of those odour complaints are about backyard burning. So it is a big area of complainants, so we really need to do something about that. So what we're looking at doing is restricting backyard burning in urban areas to recreational use only, so no rubbish, no green waste. At the moment we are looking at the definition of urban. Everyone seems to struggle with the definition of urban, so I'm looking at the current rule I have will probably be reworked for the proposed plan. So we're just looking at a better way of doing that. So I'll be discussing that with the community. And any suggestions are welcome. But of course we're allowing for hangi, barbecue, pizza ovens, braziers, all those kind of things. So people can still go outside and enjoy their backyard. And that's on the assumption that people are using clean, untreated wood for those occasions. And we sincerely hope they are. We hope no one's using treated wood to put on their barbecue. Dust management areas. This is the Ngāpuna area of Rotorua. Now this was a massive issue for us a few years ago. We had about 12 exceedances of the national standards for PM10, which is a small particulate which we inhale into our lungs. Now this has been a real success for us. We went out there and we talked to all of the industries out there that were emitting dust, and we asked them if they could just help out, do some voluntary things. We gave them all a dust management plan that was designed for them, and we've had so far it's a lot cleaner. Everyone has taken responsibility, and we've had no exceedances since then. So it is a massive success for us. Pretty much every area in the region has a dust issue, and then we're talking about just fugitive emissions here. We're not talking about stacks. We're talking about stockpiles of sawdust, just traffic, and just things like that. So it's not a resource consent issue. And every industrial area has this, and so we are now rolling out the Ngāpuna model into all of those areas to try and solve the problem. So that was a big win for Rotorua, was the Ngāpuna dust area. So we're looking at that for the rest of it in the air plan. For example, the port area, Mount Maunganui area, we have massive issues with dust there, so we're looking to use that same method to fix those problems there. Now, this is the big one for Rotorua are the domestic burners. Obviously this affects about half of the households in Rotorua use solar fuel to heat their homes. Our goal right at the beginning was never to have people freezing in their houses because they couldn't use their burners. We always wanted a solution that kept people warm, but also improve the ambient air quality outside their homes. So this will most likely be the biggest issue in Rotorua with this draft air plan. In 2005 we carried out home heating surveys and an air emissions inventory, and that found that about 60% of all the PM10 comes from domestic burners in Rotorua. We estimate that we need about 7,650 wood burners to be exchanged. These are the old non-compliant burners in order to meet the standards of NES in 2020. And that's at least. We may need to do more. It depends on what people convert to. Most people do seem to convert to a replacement burner, and that's fine as long as it is a compliant one that's burning efficiently, and that they're not making any alterations to it after installation to burn overnight, because of course that increases the emissions quite a lot. We do have anecdotal stories. Of course you never get anything official in these cases. We have anecdotal stories that this is happening. And it has been a problem for the entire nation. Talking to people in Christchurch, for example, it's quite a common piece of advice to say, just chop that little bit off there and then you'll be able to push it all the way in and restrict the oxygen. So we are looking at ways to address that. We have done a number of things in our Rotorua Air Quality Action Plan. We have financial incentives for people affected by these rules when we knew they would eventually come in. We have the bylaw, which this council introduced on our behalf. Thank you so much for that. It has made a difference. We're working together with the stakeholders, and of course we had the Rotorua Equality Working Party. So We've done a huge amount of burner incentives. They change quite often depending on what funding is available from the government, depending on what feedback we get from our community. We have gone out to the community to say, how do you find those incentives? Are they working for you? And they say, well, actually, I prefer these options. So we have been tweaking our incentives. These are the two main ones that we have going now. We have a free fire swap. We are giving away heat pumps and ultra low emissions burners to households that qualify, so they're low income. And they will get a replacement appliance for their existing non-compliant fire. So that is absolutely free to them, and we're currently recruiting households that want to participate in that. So it's quite a good option there. You get either a heat pump or a fire, so that suits quite a lot of people. We also have, and it's been running since 2008, the hot swap loan, and that is where you get an interest-free loan on your rates and you pay it off over 10 years. We have now introduced an interest-bearing component of that for when they're replaced with burners. However, you still get interest-free if you replace it with a zero emissions, for example, heat pumps. So the interest is related to the emissions that go into the airshed. And we also have a rates rebate, and that is anyone who qualifies for the rates rebate from the government, they can get a hot swap loan, and for the entire 10 years that they qualify for the rates rebate, they don't have to pay that loan back. So we believe we have everybody in Rotorua financially supported in some way to upgrade their burners. So it makes, when you do come in with a rule, it makes it a lot easier for everyone to be able to comply with the rule. Now, this is the Rotorua Lakes Council bylaw that has been in since 2010. It has three main rules. The new burner rule basically says all new burners must meet the design standards of the National Environmental Standards. The point of sale rule, which we are getting a steady replacement burners, means that any non-compliant burner must be removed from the house when the house is sold, and we're getting about 100 to 200 a year roughly, depending on how it goes. So that is just a steady ticking over of houses removing their non-compliant burners. And the final one, which came in 2015, was the indoor open fire rule, which said you're no longer able to use your indoor open fire. These are the most inefficient form of heating your home. And of course we spaced those rules out to our adaptation. We didn't want to bring them all in one go. We wanted people to have time to adapt. So we did that. Now all rules are in effect. So as I said, they're doing a steady amount of just changing those burners over. Unfortunately, not at the rate that we need to meet that NES. Now this is, Marion Henton isn't here today, but she has been doing a huge amount of engaging with the community to find out what incentives will suit them. She has talked with at least all of these people on this slide and a whole number of others that just don't fit, really. So a lot of people are aware of what we have out there. I think a lot of people in Rotorua have received letters, pamphlets, landlords who live away from the city, they have received information on our incentives. So we've got this information out to a lot of people over the last 8 years. So this is what you've all been waiting for. These are the details of the Rotorua burner rules. I thought I'd better explain them because they can look a bit misleading when you just look at them at face value, and no one wants to read through all of those documents. So the first one is no new burners until 2018. Now this is not restricting all new burners. This is only in houses that don't currently have a burner. So new builds or a house that just doesn't have one. So you're not allowed to put pellet burners in, you're not allowed to put anything in until 2018. However, you can replace an existing burner with a compliant burner until 2018. Now these are the NES compliant burners, which means they have a particular emissions, it's 1.5 grams per kilogram, and that means that it only emits a small amount of particulates for every kilogram of wood burnt. However, a new technology has come on the scene since we looked at these rules and first investigated them, and they're called ultra low emissions burners. Now this was basically a rule that was introduced by Environment Canterbury, and the market responded by designing a burner to fit with the rule. Now they introduced, what happens is with a burner, how it tests in a lab is completely different to how it burns in real life. So you may get an emission of 1.5 in a laboratory with set wood, with no bark, with no knots, perfectly sized. But once you put it out into a home where people are putting bark and hardwood and all sorts of things on, they've got a low burn option, they may have wet wood, it burns completely differently. So it doesn't give a very good indication of how they will perform in real life when you get a laboratory test. So these ultra low emissions burners have been designed to fit method 1 of the Environment Canterbury plan, and that includes a low burn option, it includes wet wood, it includes hardwood. So it's sort of more closely mimics what actually happens in real life. However, it isn't real life, and the best test of real life is to put them in someone's house and then test them over a week or so. Now, we are investigating that right now. We have got a contractor who will go out there and do that in about 10 homes this winter, and finishing off any untested homes next winter. So we will be collecting some real data about these burners. However, until we know that, we're uncertain about what to put in the plan. Therefore, that's why there is a split in the rules. There's the up to the 2018, there's the after 2018. So after 2018, we will allow, if they check out, we will allow these ultra-low emissions burners in every situation, whether you have a burner or not, whether it's replacement or not. If they perform as well as we hope they do, they could be the answer to allowing people to burn solid fuel to heat their homes into the future, which is what Environment Canterbury intended with it when they designed this method. So we'll wait and see, and I will definitely keep you updated on all those data as they become available. Of course, the controversial one is old burners, and regardless of what happens with the ultra-low emissions burners, old burners will no longer be able to be used from 2018. So that means about 5,000, I think, burners will be affected by that, and they will need to do something about that, which is where our financial incentives come in to help people out with those. And from 2031, we have a draft rule that basically says only ultra-low emissions burners can be used. Now, this, of course, depends on their performance, and the intention of that is to, if everybody has an ultra-low emissions burner rather than the stock standard ones that we have now, everybody in Rotorua, in theory, could have a burner to heat their homes, and you still wouldn't get an exceedance of the national standards. And that would be great for us, to not take away people's options of what they put into their homes, which is what we're doing right now. You could have a burner. Of course, it would only be this particular design, but we expect that they would be designing more and more burners like this, and they will just continue to get better and better and cheaper and cheaper. So that is our hope. So this is how we've drafted the rules at the moment. And of course, we're going out to the community to find out what they think and to get their feedback. Now, I've talked a lot about it, and here it is. You actually have one at your entranceway downstairs. It hasn't got a flue at the moment, so it looks a little strange, but it's still the burner, so you can open it up and stick your head in and have a look and see what it looks like. Often when you design new burners, they look quite ugly, but I think this one is actually really nice. I quite like the dual chamber. You have two. People like looking at fires, so you get two of them to look at now. And it's really good. And you also get your models, and you can store your firewood, and they come in different colours. So they look quite good. So we'll wait and see how they turn out. But yeah, so go and have a look after this. Go and have a look at and we've got a bit of firewood there. Just don't stash that firewood away and take it away. Now, also the problem that we have is since we gazetted the airshed in, I think it was 2004 or 2005, there has of course been development, and people have been building houses in Rotorua, and of course we have the new district plan out. And it has identified these areas where there is going to be urban growth. Now, it will be grossly unfair. At the moment, all the rules rely on that line on the map, the bright yellow line that you can see there. That is your existing airshed. Now, it seems unfair that someone who builds just on the outside of that line in the next few years is allowed to put in whatever burner they like, even though the emissions are going into the airshed, while someone on the other side is restricted by these rules. So we are looking to change the boundaries of the airshed to make it equal for all. So that's currently our draft. That's really just us drawing a line. We will do an official boundary adjustment, which you have to put through the Ministry for the Environment. We will do that once these rules are past the draft stage. And this shows the sort of a bit more information on how we selected where that line went. This is the topography. So we went below the 400-metre contour. So for example, if you look at this map, there's a bit of that yellow finger that goes over into Tikitapu. We did not include that because if you look at this map, it actually goes up and over that hill, so it's not draining into the airshed. So it was inappropriate to include that. But even looking at this map, you can see why Rotorua has an air quality problem. All the air just sits in that little patch there right over the city. So the boilers, this is the industrial sector. What we're looking at here is the threshold has been lowered region-wide for a permitted boiler, so more people, these are for new boilers, so they will need to get consents for their new boilers. However, in Rotorua, we've drafted that all new boilers need consent, and that is again for fairness in many ways, is that any new emissions into the airshed is just We just cannot tolerate that until we comply with the NES. So we're also targeting the industry. That does have serious repercussions for these new boilers because it basically they have to offset, and that can run into quite a lot of. That's an NES requirement that any new emissions of PM10 must be offset, i.e. removed from another area of the airshed before they can emit those new particulates. So it does put a big financial burden on them. However, it is a draft plan, and I'd be really keen to talk to some people who are going to be affected by this. There are options. You've got emissions reduction equipment you could put on your boilers, or you can use gas instead. So there are options. So in the consultation and engagement phase, I have a tentative date for a workshop is the 20th of May in Rotorua, and probably a spare day the following Monday, which must be the 23rd. So that's where it is at the moment, and I will be advertising those. So we're going to go out and talk to as many people as possible about these draft provisions to get their opinion, see what they say. Obviously, we'll be talking with the iwi authorities. We've already started that path, and we'll have any hui meetings with any interested parties. I can have one-on-one meetings or just drop-in days. I'm open to talk to as many people as possible. So, are there any questions?
Very much for your presentation, Karen. Did you want to add anything, Stephen, at all? No. Right.
Madam Chair, can I just make two comments? One, before you open up for questions, I just want to remind us all as a Rotorua community that in terms of the Ministry for the Environment compliance dates, just to remind us that Rotorua has committed 3 or less exceedances come 1st of September 2016. But the pressure, as we've highlighted here today, will really come on us on behalf of the Ministry of the Environment when we will be permitted only 1 exceedance come 1st of September 2020. And the other comment that everyone will have noted following the media reports this morning is that the House last night passed 61 to 60, the first reading of Andrew Little's bill to improve heating, ventilation and drainage. So come 6 months and come another November next year, imagine if all those politicians hold their vote, become legislation. So you can see the whole government and the whole House is totally committed to improving heating, ventilation and drainage in terms of private residences. So it's all about health and wellness. So no, we welcome your questions, Madam Chair.
Very much. All right, so we've got some questions here from Her Worship, Councillor Gould.
Thank you, and also thank you for this year's grace, really, till we really push the go button. I think the community understands it so much better now. It's all come together so well. I was a little bit confused, and it's quite a gallop for you to get through that, but the split rule, what do people do if they're building a home and they want to put in a burner before 218? Do they go straight to that, at what, the low? So how do they keep warm? Because we're getting an escalation of people building between now and 218. What do they do?
So, gas fires or heat pumps would be the option for those
They're
homes.
not going to want to invest twice. That's the point.
Yeah. Actually, quite a few homes have 2 forms of heating. But yes, you're right, they won't be able to. But it's simply until we know more about these burners, because if they do turn out to not be as efficient, then we could have ended up letting in a whole pile of new emissions into the airshed. So it's just quite a big risk to take.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, they have been.
But much of it's been on a test bench.
If I could just add a little bit to that, because in the Air Quality Working Party discussed this, that any new house and new burner takes us in the wrong direction. That's the principle working on here. It's adding emissions, regardless of how clean they are, they're adding emissions into our problem. So that's the position which the Working Party currently is sitting on.
If I could just add to that too, it's that we need the evidence. It's 2 years to get the evidence on the ultra low emission burners.
I don't want to debate it, but
No,
we're
we're not.
encouraging new builds and welcoming people in and wanting subdivisions. It just seems an odd message that you just have to put something in the meantime. And I don't like them using gas heaters. I think that's even more dangerous for the health of the children in these houses.
won't get into debate. We'll just ask questions of clarification,
Well,
and
we'll get that back from
we will have
consultation.
we will put in a submission, and we will have debate at our council, and we'll have our opportunity. So now we've got Councillor Gould, then Sturt, and Councillor Bentley. Yep, I've got quite a number. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Gould, can you put your microphone on, please?
With the indoor open fire rule, no use of indoor open fires after 2015, is the council going to enforce the rule? And if so, what is the penalties for people having fires? And I've got another couple of questions up.
That was actually introduced under the Rotorua Lakes Council bylaw, and we are enforcing that, mostly at this stage through contacting people with indoor open fires and encouraging them to convert to cleaner burning methods. So we're not doing penalties at this stage. I think it's something that we'll wait until we do these rules, until we get into the penalty stage. People are still adapting to this.
Another question, you said old burners can't be used from 2018. A person with an old burner in a house and on a low income, they can't afford to take it out. Would they be able to still leave it in the house and just not use it?
Yes, they can do that, but our incentives also we can replace that for them for free if they are low income, or they have the hot swap loan option. And that includes removing the existing appliance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Karen, thanks for your presentation, and you obviously know your subject very well. One of the things you haven't mentioned is infrared heating as a alternate to heat pumps and or gas, and that I've recently become a little bit experienced with it, and it is incredibly cheap. It's probably, to do our whole house, which is not a small house, it was under 10,000, and it's about a third of the electricity costs of heat pumps. And would you consider that as a option for funding in the future?
Yeah, I haven't heard of it at this stage. Marion Henton is our home heating expert, but we'll definitely look into any option that is low emissions, that is cheap and easy, we'll definitely look into to introduce.
Madam Chair, if a person has rentals and does the nice thing and removes the open fireplace and replaces that with another form of heating which is acceptable to regional council, how do you know they're doing it or not doing it?
Yeah, I think it's mostly tracked through rates information. Oh, and building permits, sorry, yeah. Building permits, people have to apply for a building permit to get their fire put in, yeah.
Moving on, Councillor Sturt, then Mr. Waru.
Okay.
So part of this whole program is that we start with 8,500 of these things, and we need to get 7, 6 of them replaced over time. So we track what our hot swap loan does, what our incentives programs do, what the point of sale rule does in its turnover, and also what the general public does just off on their own, based on their own decisions, mainly through the building permits to install fireplaces. What we don't know, and it's very hard to know, is if someone takes out a fireplace and puts a heat pump in, which they bought from Harvey Norman's. I mean, we can't track that. It's, every now and then we survey generically to try and get a feel for how the whole population has moved, but that's not as good as actual data from, say, the permit system.
As you probably know, I'm a real estate agent, and the point of sale rule is very important in terms of the hot swap loan, and that is monitored very severely. You have to provide evidence before, after, etc., etc. But one of the areas I wanted to pick up is what Mayor Chadwick was saying, that I go into a house now to assess it, and it's got a little dangle thing on the back of it saying it's compliant. What these rules are saying is that in 2031 they are not going to be compliant. Now, some of these people have paid $5,000 to $6,000 for these compliant ones. That's not only the the heater, but it's the installation, the changes in the roof, making sure they're installed in a tradesman-like manner. And I just find that incredible that in less than 20 years, those people who currently have bought a compliant one or are upgrading or getting rid of the old one under the hot swap loan, they're going to pay it off in 10 years, and then 10 years later they're going to be up again. And I think that's a real problem. The other area, and I'm really pleased with this bylaw, and I know, Madam Chair, you and Councillor Kenny in the initial stages played a huge role with Environment Plenty in developing this bylaw. What's making me a little bit concerned is that 35% of the 27,500 residents in Rotorua are rentals, and that's what's concerning me, is the uptake. I was pleased that Councillor Thurston mentioned the bill that went against government policy last night, which was Yahoo'd. I watched it late last night, 61 to 60, where all the opposition parties got together and said that there need to be rules around the health and well-being and warm and dry homes. So what's worrying me is that there isn't the uptake. Yes, at point of sale, they take out the fireplace or they take out the non-compliant, but they aren't replacing it with anything. And that's my big concern. And whilst you say, yes, we're surveying, I mean, you're not going, of the 5,000 that you target, I would probably say that 3,500 are those that are going to need strong financial assistance to comply. So, but in terms of the nature of your bylaw, I'm quite happy with it. I like the thrust of the bylaw. I just want to make sure that Rotorua hasn't been singled out either. I'm being parochial. Do these rules apply to places like Karuara, Tauranga Industrial Parks?
No, we are only applying these rules to Rotorua, which is a known exceedance of the National Environmental Standards. Other areas have been monitored for several years and currently are not exceeding.
Okay, cool. And the other thing is, thank you for that answer, or maybe I'll park that one. The other thing is that you talked about Ngāpuna, and for years that's been a festering sore in Rotorua, and you've said you've had considerable success with that. Well, how come in summer the smoke exceedances aren't from fireboxes, they're from the industrial, and it's certainly not people burning green rubbish in their backyard. So how are you attacking that through this bylaw?
Are you talking about in Ngāpuna, or are you talking about in a domestic
All the
situation?
Yeah, we've got one at Nongataha that causes problems as well.
Yeah. Well, we definitely are looking at if other areas. Nongataha is on the list of industrial areas with those kind of issues, with the summer exceedances, when you don't have rain, when you have sawdust sitting around, traffic, uncovered loads from trucks. It's a huge amount of issues there.
Yeah, it's just not fire burners.
We are definitely looking at that. Yes. To address your 2031 issue, I call it a rolling replacement rule. That was part of a package of rules, and that relies on the ultra low emissions burners proving to be good. And then if you do that and you allow people to put those in, you want everybody in the airshed to eventually upgrade to that ultra low emissions burner. That's why that rule is in there. And however, that said, it isn't unreasonable. Other areas of the country have introduced that. The standard lifetime of a burner, it's warranted for 10 years, and it's generally accepted that they live for about 15 years, still efficient. And after that, they start to reduce in efficiency and things start to rust and all those kind of things. So that's why that 15 years has been chosen there. However, it was intended as that package of rules. So we'll re-look at that once we get results from the ultra-low emissions burners about what's reasonable.
I think that's probably the only area that you're going to need to be a little bit more flexible on.
Definitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Just could we leave that now, Councillor Sturt, because I'm just would like us to try. I know we want a conversational, but I'm also aware of time, and I just think if we could just limit it a little bit more to questions, we will have a debate and we will put in a submission from this council. So perhaps, you know, I've got a number of people, Councillor Sturt, and is it just a quick question?
So sorry. It's also to the side, it's also downwind of the prevailing wind, which is usually a sou'wester. So it's, yeah, it is draft, and we will look at that more closely, but at this stage we decided not to include it, simply because we don't think it's going to contribute significantly.
Okay. And also, one other reminder, apart from sticking to questions, could you put your microphones on? Mr. Waru, your turn.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Yeah, I have a few questions to ask. First one is, I noticed you've done some testing around the air quality, and I think it was, we were about the same as Christchurch or something like that. Second to Christchurch. Oh, second worst in the country. And I was wondering, and then you also mentioned that the sulfur dioxide and all that is not sort of taken into account. When you're doing your testing, is that taken into account? Because I'm guessing you would have to.
As far as we know, there are no synergistic effects of hydrogen sulfide and fine particulates. There can be with other contaminants. And we have tested for hydrogen sulfide here, and we actually ended up taking the monitor out because the levels are always high. So it seemed like unnecessary. Yeah. So.
Okay, wait, no, that's all. Just wanted some clarification around that. A couple of other questions. I noticed you're doing a lot of testing with the, what was it, the new heaters, the fireplaces, the low burning ones. I was wondering, you're saying you're doing testing now. Are you only testing how good they burn, or is heat output put into this testing as well? Because I just don't want it to burn well, but you don't get bugger all heat from it.
Yeah, definitely. The heat output is a part of the design. It has to be at least 65% efficient, which is your heat output from the burner. And the testing hasn't started yet, but we are... Sorry, what was that first question that you had?
Oh, just wondering if that's taken into account
Yes,
when you're doing the
it is
testing.
taken into account, yes.
Oh, great. And my last question, Madam Chair, is that I noticed you had hui in meetings and iwi authorities. Can you sort of define what you mean by iwi authorities?
Oh, I'm currently working with our Kotahetanga team at the Regional Council, and they are identifying the key people for me to talk to in the first instance, and we've sent letters out to everybody we can think of, and they will hopefully come forward if they have a particular issue.
Thank you.
Councillor Kent?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I've just got one question, really, and that is, have you given any consideration to giving the option for those who are not in the urban shed area, but would like to swap their homes out, but their fires out, but can't afford to do so, to perhaps receive some sort of funding? And I'm thinking here of the likes of the people in Nongataha. Thinking further into the future, if we go on letting them put in old-style fires up in Nongataha, surely we're going to be creating the problem. Whereas if we've got people there who voluntarily would like to swap their fires out now, maybe with a little bit of financial assistance on a voluntary basis, that could assist.
Yeah, we have looked at that. There are other areas in the region that do have the same kind of problem, just not to the extent of Rotorua. Whakatane, for example, can get quite horrible during the night and winter. At this stage, we haven't looked at it in depth, but I think I'll pass over to Councillor.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. Mine was of a similar vein about Nongataha, as opposed to waiting until there is a problem, being proactive and preventing one. And I just wondered about why and when. Obviously you're still measuring them, but it would seem prudent to do that sooner rather than later. And also on the 2031, my understanding was that the life cycle of a fire is only the 10 to 15 years, so that is going to be a natural occurrence, and I think probably, and I'm guilty of it myself, we don't realise with our fires that they do have a use-by date. until you end up renovating. The other question is, on the map here, you haven't included Long Mile Drive and the whole Scion campus. Was there a valid reason for that, and would you consider including that? We're certainly very pleased to see Pukehangi and the subdivisions up behind Linmore being included.
We looked at the district plan maps, and where your district plan says this is where the development's going to be, so that's where we got that from. If there's a good reason to include it, we will definitely look at those areas, yeah.
Just seem that Scion, right on the forest, could happily burn whatever they want, and that is likely to drift all over, not only the school, but any other development that's like that is happening in that area.
Councillor Rokauatate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ultra-low emissions model that's currently about to be tested, what I heard you say is it was developed really to satisfy Christchurch. And I presume you think that we can just extrapolate that or it's portable to Rotorua. But why aren't we looking at something that would be peculiar to Rotorua's situation? We've got our own forests here, obviously, and now wood. I know wood's the same all around, but actually I'm not even quite sure if that's the case. We've got our sulfur, and so I would have thought that we could have looked at something. I mean, if we're as bad as you say, and I suspect we are, then why don't we look at a model that suits our situation here, rather than rely on something from the South Island?
The problem is the same in all urban areas with these exceedances, and they are home burners. So a burner designed for Christchurch will be exactly the same for Rotorua, and it was designed, has been tested with pine, so it is using the same wood that we use here. I don't know if there is a bespoke option for Rotorua in designing a burner, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars to develop these, and the first models were $12,000 each. So it could be a long time waiting for this technology to be developed, any new technology, yeah.
Perhaps just one thing to add to that is what we are hoping is that this does push technology, push innovation, and push the industry. So we've got, as Karen was saying, the previous models were imported, they were $12,000. That's something we could not say for Rotorua is anywhere near affordable. So there's this new version's come onto the market. There is another supplier who's been ringing us saying, I've got something coming. And so we're in that space, which is these rules to push because of what we need to get to.
Councillor Donaldson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was about the plan is absolutely silent on vehicle emissions, and I look at the annual report card for the Regional Land Transport Plan, and 17% of the PM10 emissions in Rotorua are vehicle emissions, and Bay of Plenty vehicle ownership has increased by 5,000 vehicles over the past year. So I wonder, given that the plan is a mix of rules and incentives, whether there should be some incentivisation for more public transport, more electric vehicles, charging stations, more electric bicycles, that sort of thing. I just throw that out there and wonder if there, I do know Phil made a bit of a comment in one of our workshops, but just a question.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Your Worship. Oh, right. I do. Yeah, Your Worship.
I understand this is the interim, but it's also, and we need this, and need to move and support this. But the issue for us also about other sustainable options is the work and the links that you will have with air quality with the new geothermal working party, where we look at small reticulated geothermal home heating schemes. That should be an end goal that we consider, again, given the particulate discharge here. And I hope that's somewhere your working party gets with the geothermal working party. Yes?
Yep. Oh, just to assure you, this has been thoroughly discussed at some of the working party, and ground heat source and solar and various other things. So just Mr. Waru once more, and then Councillor Hunt briefly, and I think we must we must wind up. It's been a good discussion. Mr. Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Her Worship, the Mayor already took one of my questions there, so that's good because I'm a big fan of geothermal. We're on Rotorua, it's hotspot, you know, we should be looking into that. However, my last question was, you mentioned low-income households would be eligible to get this funding. You know, what constitutes a low-income household, or are we going by what the Ministry of Social Development have laid out?
Currently, there are two levels. There's the level which allows you to get the rates rebate to the government system. In a sense, that's the bottom tier, should we say. We then take that up to $50,000 as a household income, where we have put our threshold for this.
Hunt.
Last question on the status of coal. Is it completely going to be forbidden to be used, and at what point? Because you've still got multi-fuel burners there.
Yeah. It is definitely an issue that, as a regional council, we've highlighted at the National Equality Working Group, which is run by the Ministry for the Environment, and we have advocated that, although I don't think we can regulate it, but we have advocated that they, for example, ban the sale of domestic coal in the North Island, where it doesn't seem to be a practical option. In the South Island, I think you'd struggle, but in the North Island, you might be able to do that. That is currently where it is, but it is an ongoing issue for us.
I'd just very briefly, because no one else has asked, with the banning of backyard burning, that could upset some of our people who, they like the entertainment of burning their green waste. Would you consider supporting a green waste collection financially for us? Oh, good. And the other quick question, this is very focused on air quality, and I understand that as being in the working party, but there isn't really much emphasis or consideration for our carbon emissions in terms of allowing the coal burning and sort of the direction towards gas. So I wondered, how could we work that into the plan so that we're thinking overall of all of these things that we really need to think about? All right, well, thank you very much to you all for coming along today, Lyle, Stephen and Karen.
Having us, and I make the offer that we're more than willing to come back on any other occasion and present to you. And I just want to reassure everyone around this table that we're all in this together. I've been stung twice. I had the government pour concrete down my geothermal bore, and the regional council closed my fireplace. So I've been stung twice. So don't vote for the regional council. That's all I'm saying. Thank you for having us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you to councillors for your questions. All right, moving on now. Just to let councillors know, the submission period closes, I think, June the 17th, and Rosemary Viskovich, I think, will be doing our submission for us, and I've asked that we have perhaps that Jeff at SPNF or something like that, where we can all have input to that. Do you want to make some? Oh, we'll do that later on. Okay. Yeah. Just, yes? Yes. What? I just said that we're going to, well, you were talking. Right, well, that's a good idea not to. So I just said that Rosemary is going to prepare a submission for us, Rosemary Viskovich, the Sustainable Living Portfolio Lead, and we'll bring it to us and make sure we've got our views in there, all right? So she'll do the bones of it. All right, could I have someone please confirm the minutes of the last Yes, thank you, Councillor Srank. Seconded by Councillor Hunt. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. All right. Now, I think before we go... Yes.
Clarification that the confirmation of minutes where we talked about the Ethical Cities Conference, could we note that Rosemary won't be attending the conference in Quito?
Okay.
It's an issue of timing to get registered, and also you need to be invited, and also there's been a natural disaster in Ecuador. So we'll look at other global meetings in the future, probably next year.
Now, I think I'll just do the urgent business here because I think it can be done fairly quickly. So Una's back now. So Una, Councillor Gould had a question. So I'll ask you to repeat that, Councillor Gould, and then Una can reply, and then we'll move on with the meeting.
Last night at the Lakes Community Board, the documentation was sent out to a lot of people. On page 15, you've got a copy of the annual plan, 2016-2017. In the bottom right-hand side, it says that people will also be able to have a say in person by phone, email, text, letter, or via social media. I've been led to believe that the annual plan process this year will not be public submissions, but we will be reading the documentation from people which submit.
Sorry, Councillor, can I just ask you to repeat the last part of that for me? So I think what you're asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is sessions where, so public meetings, is that what you're asking about?
No, the annual plan process in previous years, submitters came and spoke to councillors in person, but you've got people will also be able to have a say in person on your document. That's what I'm saying. Your wording on your document is a bit ambiguous. It should be clarified.
So to clarify the in-person part there, that has been intended to be informal conversations between councillors and community members through your own networking in that, and you being able to bring that back through us to capture as part of the feedback. We've also been receiving feedback through a whole heap of channels at the moment. And we've taken the opportunity to make contact with previous submitters to the annual plan and the LTP, giving them all of the information and providing them opportunities to phone us up. And if they did, we would connect them with the correct people to talk to, be that a councillor or if they've got a question with a staff member.
Right, now we'll move on to recommendation 1, and I think we've got Thomas to speak to this report. So could someone please move recommendation 1, that the report financial performance for the 9 months ended 31st of March 2016 be received? Councillor Rokawatake, seconded Councillor Hunt. All in favour please say aye. Against? Carried. Right, good morning Thomas, and I understand you've got a PowerPoint on our last 9-month financial report for us. Thank you. How many pages is it, slides, so I don't stop you?
About 5, and then I'll pause.
Okay,
and then there's
great.
a few more after that, but that's okay. So
Thank you.
wouldn't be right if I didn't have a PowerPoint presentation, Madam Chair. No. So thank you, councillors and members. 9-month performance for the period up to 31 March. So, as per last month, Council remains on target to end the year within the budget that has been set in the LTP. To date, we're still not aware of any material variances that would impact on our ability to achieve that result, particularly with only 2 months to go. From an operating perspective, so operations are obviously the day-to-day things of paying staff wages and mowing road berms and looking after our parks and those sorts of things. We are 1.8 million better than budget. So there's two contributing factors to that. One is the very pleasing result in our revenues being better than budget is continuing, particularly again the museum, but also in the consenting area, well ahead of budget in that area. And expenditure is being managed very well as well. So expenditure is less than budget for the period. Looking forward to the end of the year, so with 2 months to go, we're projecting that to be about 1.3 million better than budget. So to still end the year well within the budget that's been set and achieve the things that we wanted to do. From a capital expenditure point of view, we're currently 7.9 million less than budget, so we're tracking behind. We're tracking at similar levels to previous years. So you recall several months ago we talked about the 5 projects that were being deferred and one was being stopped that pulled our year-end forecast down 8 million. Well, we've gone back to the organisation and we've reforecast, and we've reforecast our year-end spend from 25 million down to 23 million. And the reason why it's come down is that there's a mix of projects at the moment that are being completed well within budget, so the cost of delivering those is well under what was expected. But there's also a handful of projects that are being deferred. And as an example, the netball courts resurfacing, the approach was obviously we can go forth and just resurface those netball courts before the netball season. But as the Parks Open Spaces team have been talking to the netball clubs, they've realised that actually rather than just resurfacing like for like, actually should we take this opportunity to make some changes and improve what they've got. And so that's a project that would have been completed within this financial year, but because of those ongoing discussions and making sure that what we deliver matches the community's expectations, that project is likely to taper off into next year. So there's, as I said, there's an element of those sorts of things that we're finding happening at the moment. So what does that overall mean? So overall at the moment we're looking very good financially, and for the end of the year we're looking to end the year with a pretty good result. So OPEX well on track, CAPEX a little bit behind, but we know the reasons for that. And at the moment we're projecting a $2 million cash surplus for the year. So what that means is that we're not projecting any new borrowings at all at the end of the year, so we anticipate to end the year exactly with the same level of borrowings that we started. And we expect to have at least $2 million more cash on hand available. Now, my recommendation would be, with regards to that $2 million, is to wait another month and to wait till the middle of June at the June council meeting to see how the year goes. At which point, councillors can make a decision as to what they wish to do with those funds. And in particular, there is an option of reducing debt, if that's the wish, but also to have a look at how much of the capital works program is moving across the financial year, with a view of we should probably hold some cash available to help pay for those things in the new year rather than looking at next year's funding to pay for those projects. And with that, any questions?
You've taken the challenge so quickly to look at no new borrowings and looking at cash on hand. And I think that's good advice there. So we have a number of questions. So Councillor Bentley, then McVicker, and then Kent.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, Thomas. My question is, of that $2 million surplus that you're talking about, how much of that is made up of the sale of properties in Victoria Street Expressway?
I'd say we had a budget of $1 million of property sales, and we've achieved that, and we're likely to get about 1.2 million less, obviously, commissions. So approximately 200,000 is probably from those. You could tie directly to that.
Firstly, Thomas, good to see the result at this point of time after 9 months, and good to see that we'll be on the positive side of the ledger at the end of the financial year. My question is, as we know, a couple of weeks ago, Councillor Kent tabled a summary of his financial view of our position. I presume we will have a response to his questions at this forum?
Can I just interrupt here? I want to focus right at the moment on the financial performance for this 9 months, and then after that, I've asked Thomas to reply to that letter, just straight afterwards. All right? Keep them separate.
The suggestion from Councillor Kent, relates exactly to what we're talking about here.
Does. I totally agree, but I just want to focus on this bit, just for the timeliness of the meeting, to help it flow. If we can focus on that, and then we will do a response to the letter. All right? Thank you. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm having a little bit of difficulty that perhaps Thomas can clarify for me. The long-term plan figures, if I remember correctly, included rating on our own properties in both the revenue and the expenditure categories?
No, they're netted off in the LTP, they're not shown.
So they're not included in the long-term plan?
No, because in our budget we can't show the revenue that we rate ourselves and the expenditure that we spend ourselves, so we net it off to show zero.
Okay. So on page 29, when I see a total expenditure figure there in the under the annual plan column, budgeted of 114.073 million, showing that we're within 48,000 variance of that in terms of the forecast for the year. How do you reconcile 114.073 with the long-term plan figure of 108,610? Because when I do the sums, Council has overspent its operating expenditure by $5.416 million.
Look, Councillor, I don't have those figures in front of me. All I'm telling you, the elected members, is that from a budget perspective of what we budgeted to spend cash out for what we are actually doing, we are spending less than what we had budgeted.
Well, excuse me, how do you reconcile the fact that the total operating expenditure shown in the long-term plan, which is our annual plan figure for the year, is 108,610, and you are showing here figures as the budgeted annual plan of 114,073. Sorry, there is a very considerable difference here, and by my calculation, the figures that you are reporting for the 9 months and forecasting to the end of the year show that operating expenditure is in excess of $5.416 million more than the long-term plan budget.
Right, Councillor Kent, I think this really relates to the letter that you've sent out to all of us
Madam
and
Chair,
replied.
it doesn't. This is totally new.
It's to do with the discrepancies, in your opinion, between what's presented to us here today and the long-term plan. That's what the issue is. So I want to deal with that immediately after we've focused on this.
Madam Chair, if I can clarify, my question that I tabled at the last meeting concerned the justification that the additional expenditure on the Library Health Hub could be achieved within the existing long-term plan budget. That has nothing whatsoever to do with what's before us now, which is we are being presented with figures that say we're on track and on budget and everything's rosy, and I'm saying we've got a discrepancy of $5.4 million with the long-term plan, which is our budget. So I'd like to know why.
I know, and I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. The letter, as I understood that you tabled at the SPNF meeting, was it SPNF or full council? Full council. The letter that was tabled and the subsequent emails that all of us have received, to me, highlighted the Child Library Health Hub, discrepancies with the LTP, and some other things. And I've asked Thomas to address that immediately after this bit.
Madam Chair, I did not table a letter, and I've already clarified that to the Chief Executive. I tabled one document only, which was my questioning of the presentation from Thomas on the justification of the extra expenditure on the Library Health Hub. That is the only issue that I have raised before this Council. The rest I have requested a private and confidential, proper and formal response from the Chief Executive.
Okay, well, we're going to deal with that in the next part of the meeting, that part, immediately after this. All right, I just want to leave that there, and I'm going to move on to other councillors that have questions, and we'll come back to it.
Madam Chair, can I request that the Chief Executive please respond to this question as to why there is a variance between the figures presented to us on page 29 and the long-term plan of over $5 million.
All right.
Could you please respond to councillors in writing? Thank you.
Just what's your point of order, Your Worship?
Point of order, Madam Chair. I think it's entirely inappropriate that a member asks for a response in writing. That puts council officers to more work at more cost. I think we're examining 9 months' expenditure and revenue, and those questions probably should wait till year end, actually. And I would not accept that request from a councillor for a written response. We get the report. We've all got the report. It is a point
I
of
will
order.
decide if it's
Yes.
a point of order without advice. Just a moment, please.
Ridiculous. How much work is that man putting this to?
Okay. Okay. I don't think it's really a point of order, Your Worship, but what I'm going to do is I'm trying to lead this group because there are a few contentious things that are happening here. So I actually will let Thomas respond briefly to Councillor Kent. Some of the issues raised to me are all tied up with the next part, and I'm trying to separate them, I've said that 3 times now, from the financial performance I want to focus on. So Thomas, do you want to initially respond for the discrepancy that Councillor Kent perceives are in the figures?
Oh, happy to. Look, there is no conspiracy theory here that we've got $5 million of costs that we're trying to hide. The reality is the LTP takes a certain format and has to be prescribed in a certain format. The financials that we put in front of you on a regular basis we call special purpose. So what we try to do is display the same information but in a way that's easier to understand. At the end of the day, the very bottom line, which says the net surplus for this organisation, is exactly the same as what's in the LTP. A couple of the numbers are slightly different. All I'll say to the councillor is that if you, as you assert that we are $5 million over in our expenditure, why is it therefore that our debt is currently a lot lower? We have cash on hand available, and we're not seeing that financial pressure of $5 million on our cash or on our debt.
Madam Chair, I can respond. That is because you haven't done the capital works you said you were going to do.
You're aware of that, thank you. All right, moving on. We have Mr. Waru.
Yeah, kia ora, Madam Chair. Kia ora, Thomas. Painga mai. Just wanted to ask, it looks good, but I noticed that there are a few projects deferred, and with the financials being how they are, is there any thought or consideration to actually bringing some of those back, putting some of those deferred kaupapa back on the table?
There most certainly are. So the members will recall back in January, well, you weren't there at the annual plan sessions, but also recently we talked about that there are 5 key projects that have been deferred into future years. So while we're not borrowing this year, that obviously we are pushing those out into future years, and that's things like the T-Rex, the eyesight development, our ERP project as such. We're also aware that there's some projects definitely aren't coming back in, so they will have no impact on future years, and we're just trying to get an understanding of the remainder of the capital works program for this year as to how much of it will be completed this financial year, how much will likely be completed early on in next financial year, and that's where I talked about the decision on what to do with that $2 million as to whether you want to hold it as cash to pay for those things or use next year's funding to pay for that.
Kia ora, Thomas, and just one more question, Madam Chair. The capital expenditure lower than budget, is the budget carried forward at year end?
That's a decision that members have. I think in the past we do talk about things like carried forwards. My personal philosophy is that if it carries over into next year, short of obviously holding cash to pay for it, it does come out of next year's funding. But however, that is a decision of council and the direction that you set.
Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Gould and then Her Worship. Oh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Senior Financial Officer, for your presentation today. I've got a few questions. You've got on page 28, you've got the overall debt is currently 161.6. Is that as of the 31st of March or as of the date of the report?
That was at the 31st of March. So as we speak today, it's back to 167 million, so back to where we started at the start of the year.
Okay, now, about 3 more questions. One, you said that you had 2 million cash on hand. Will the debt the end of 30th of June, will that be 166 million? Because you advised us previously that the debt will be approximately 168 million from 170, or will the debt be what you said a couple of months ago?
So we started the year with $167.5 million of debt. So where I'm forecasting is that we expect to end the year with $167.5 million of debt, plus we're anticipating having $5 million of cash on hand, exactly like we started the year as well. But on top of that, we expect to have a further $2 million as well. So so $167.5 million of debt plus approximately $7 million worth of cash. Now you can choose to talk about net debt if you like, which brings our net debt back to $160 million. But we do anticipate to have approximately $2 million more cash on hand at the end of the year, with a decision on whether you wish to hold that or whether you wish to retire that debt, some debt.
My last question is that with the rates coming in, they're paid every quarter, which means that you've probably got approximately $18 million coming in this quarter coming up very soon. In that 3-year period from the 1st of April to the 30th of June, your wage bill is probably approximately $8 million, which means a difference of about $10 million. Have you got any main expenditure in that $10 million which we should be aware of, or?
Our normal business operations, councillor, so mowing reserves and maintaining water networks and libraries and museums and all those sorts of things. So you are correct in that on the 20th of May we do have our final rates instalment, and that gets us through to the next rates instalment year. No surprises that I'm aware of, councillor, no.
Yeah, thank you, Thomas. Very clear and a good position at this stage of the year. I heard a little bit that I was intrigued. You talked about the netball courts, and I remember discussion last year about asphalt as opposed to a mix that was easier for netballers. Is that what you're really saying, that that's deferred so that we put the right seal on?
If I could answer that for you through the chair. It's one of these projects where we would have historically just gone and done what we'd put in the budget to do. We've been talking with Netball and the regional sporting organisation, and basically the idea is, well, they don't want us to just go and replace what was there. They want a better product. They're prepared to try and get some resources to add to our budget to create the better product. Consequently, the project that would have just gone ahead and happened is now run into next year because we're going to deliver a better service for the people that wanted that capital program to be done.
Thank you. They'll be really happy about that. Stuart.
I've got a couple of questions on it too, and you probably, some of you around the table aren't going to be happy with me either, because some of my questioning's along, and I have not contrived with Councillor Kent, I can tell you that for sure. But when you detail in the annual plan that the total revenue will be such and the total expenditure will be such, and you cut capex by 8.4, the report says a further reduction of 2.5, so that's money that we have normally funded through borrowing, capex, on the whole. Yeah, so it's that 10.9 million, that collective between the 8.4 that was deferred by the 5 projects and the 2.5 that you've highlighted on page 28. That brings into account that there's 10.9 of capex that some of the projects in there, and Mr. Waru asked the question, that could be funded from any surplus that comes up at the wash-up at the end of the year. So, you know, what I'm having trouble coming to terms with is that even with the capex dropping by 10.9, and I've taken into account subsidies that we're not going to get, that's never ever confused me, we're still only showing a projected $2 million per surplus. But is that because we have already attributed some of the surpluses you've been reporting to us over the 5, 6, 7, 8th month, etc., that we've attributed that and retired debt, and or haven't picked up borrowing?
So Councillor, the key thing there, as you actually touched on it, is that while we're dropping our capital works by 11 million, and you would say, therefore, if you took that and the 7 million we plan to borrow, we should therefore have 4 million of surplus funds. What it doesn't take into account is that CapEx had $3 million of expected capital subsidy. So you knock that out into the mix, and then you look at the extra surplus from the operations, and that's those two combined that are roughly expected to be about 2 million. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your questions. Right, now we'll move on to the sheet that Councillor, I think this is the right place to have it here, because it is about financial performance and questions around that. So, sorry, Mr. Waru and Bisinia Tula, you wouldn't have received this, but basically it's was put from Councillor Kent about the figures. So I just have asked Thomas if he could reply to that sheet for us to start with, and we all did receive letters through email that came from Councillor Kent and reply back from Mr. Williams. So I think this is the time to do this now. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'll take this opportunity to try and deal with these issues once and for all. I guess a little bit of frustration. You may see it coming through in my PowerPoint that these are things that have been covered several times, but hopefully this time we'll land it. So the assertions that were made were, one, that the library hub changes, so that it wasn't affordable on the 10-year funding, and that it triggered our significance and engagement policy, which meant that we should have gone up to the community and reconsulted. And the second one is this compliance of Section 100 of the LGFA. Look, the library hub, I believe that these are unfounded assertions. So the change in the project's budget triggered, and so the assertion is that the change in the project's budget triggered the threshold set out in the significance and engagement policy, and that the increase cannot be accommodated in the LTP funding set aside. So I'll just draw the members' attention to the significant engagement policy, and really the one that deals with this project is Section 3.2C, which is the financial implications of a proposal or decision on council's overall resources are substantial. And then it goes into two bits. So the first one involves 10 million or more of budgeted expenditure, and the second one involves 3 million or more of unbudgeted capital expenditure. And there really is two thresholds there. So the first one really deals with if you've got an item that's already budgeted and the total cost of that project doesn't exceed $10 million, even if it has a variation to it, there is no requirement to consult. On the second one, so if it was over 10 million and there was a material variation, then obviously we would need to go out and reconsult on that. The second one is that if a plan or an LTP had no allowance for it, and I'm just going to pick something out of thin air. I don't know. Let's say we built a big water slide in the middle of Kurau Park, and it was going to cost $4 million. Because it's not in the plan at all, and because it triggers over $3 million, we would be required under our council's policy to go out to the community and consult on that matter before we could even contemplate doing it. And that's the reason why there's those two thresholds there. One relates to items that you've already consulted on, included in your program, but that changes, and the budget changes, and the other one is new. So the key thing here is that the library project is significant. We've said that it's significant. If you look at the other criteria of Section 3.2 in the policy, this project ticks all those boxes, which is exactly why during the long-term plan we consulted on this item, page 29 and I think page 35 or something like that. The project is budgeted, so it has had a variation to the budget, which council has discussed and approved, and the variation, the total and the variation do not exceed the $10 million threshold. So therefore, coming back to this, it doesn't trigger Section 3.2. Now there seems to be a little ambiguity there, but that's the way the policy was written, and obviously next time around when we update the policy, we'll make that a bit clearer. Now the key is that it doesn't trigger the need for engagement, and during the annual plan this was discussed, but ultimately it comes down to council's decision. Though it doesn't trigger the need, council can still decide to consult on it or not. You're not forced to do that, and during the annual plan draft discussion it was decided not to consult on it. The second assertion is that it's not affordable. I think there's no nice way of saying this. The spreadsheet that Councillor gave is significantly flawed. On it, he uses figures that are inflated and uninflated, some figures that are at 85% funding, at 100% funding, and then tries to form a picture. And what I liken it to is I've tipped a puzzle box out, I've picked up two pieces, I've put them together, they don't go together, and I've said this puzzle doesn't work. And the reality is the puzzle will only work once I've put all the pieces into place and I've understood what it looks like. And so for me, you know, while I'm sitting here in front of you talking about this, I have a team of qualified accountants that sit behind me and do all this work. And they follow robust methodology of how to understand this. And the methodology that's been used is exactly the same methodology that's used when we put the long-term plan together. And remember, the long-term plan is audited by Audit New Zealand, and it is a robust methodology. And so, just to give you a glimpse of what we do is that we take the 10-year plan, we strip off inflation back to where it is to today's dollars, we put the funding of the CapEx back to 100%, and then we look at it and say, so what has changed? And on that schedule, we move the projects around, we drop some projects off. We also look at the operating results of what has changed in the operating result. We bank the interest savings, we look at what our revenues are doing, we make adjustments to our overall expenditure as well, which are required. We piece that together for 10 years, and then we reapply the new inflation, and then we reapply the new 85% funding on our capital works program. And then once we've done that, then we get a complete picture of whether or not this project is affordable or not. And what I've got up here is hopefully a very simple illustration that the left column there is the LTP. So what we're saying is from the LTP is that we expected to generate $316 million worth of cash from operations over the 10 years. We were planning on spending $319 million on capital expenditure. We're expecting to get 11.2 million from property sales, which meant we had a surplus of cash of 8.5 million, which we were using to retire debt. And that's as per the LTP. That's a very summarised version of the LTP. I'll appreciate that if you want to go into detail, give me a couple of hours and thousands of spreadsheets and I'll take you through it. It doesn't include the 10 million that the airport's retiring, so that's that 18.5 that we talked about. And what we do is we took the latest forecast, and this was the forecast back in January, where we still anticipated to borrow $1 million. We then look at the reinflated LTP numbers for the next 9 years, and we say, well, for the 10 years we actually expect cash from operations to be down $312 million. So that's a $4 million change. And it's a $4 million change because inflation for the 10 years has dropped significantly. So we don't expect to put our revenues and our costs up by the same amount. The same thing happened with CapEx. So while we may have added a little bit of capital expenditure in, you'll see there that it's gone from 319 million to 314 million. And the reason is that obviously inflation comes into it and a few other factors. Property sales has changed slightly as well, again due to inflation. And then when you piece it all back together, we're actually about $1 million better off if we do exactly what we say we're going to do. So rather than reducing debt by 8.5 million, we could be in a position whereby we could reduce debt by 9.5 million. And so that is how we determine whether it's affordable or not. We do look at the big, wider picture of how it fits in. And I hope, Councillor, that explains that, but any questions on this? I'll pause here.
Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now perhaps I'll get my question answered. Firstly, in terms of the significance and engagement policy, you are reading that document as if there is an "and" there, which, from my recollection, does not appear in that document. Those two clauses, the $10 million and the $3 million thresholds, are two separate clauses. There is no "and." You are interpreting them as if there is an "and." By my recollection, there is not. Because of that, we have in excess of $3 million unbudgeted expenditure. Therefore, in accordance with that policy of significance and the law, in terms of the major changes to the long-term plan, it should go out to public consultation. So it comes down to whether there's an "and" on that document or not. I don't have the document in front of me, but Thomas's reading is that there is an and there. I don't recollect there was one, otherwise I wouldn't have queried it. So perhaps that can be clarified. Secondly, Thomas has actually said that my figures are all airy-fairy and I've picked up this, that and the other, and he's totally avoided the issue. The issue is that at the SPNF meeting on the 17th of March, Thomas presented a slide to the council stating that by moving these capital items from this year to that year, the net result was that we could afford the additional expenditure on the Library Health Hub. He has not answered the question at all as to why his figures that he used are out of balance by $1.6 million and at variance with the long-term plan figures of $845,000. His figures are out by $2.445 million, and what I'm seeing here, quite honestly, is a whitewash.
Did you want to I think you have responded already through your slides. So I think that the issue now, Councillor Kent, is that we have, to my mind, we have Thomas's view on your questions, and we've got yours, and I think it's now time really for councillors to have their say on what is happening here.
Yeah, can I perhaps short-circuit that? I have requested formal written explanation in writing from the Chief Executive.
I'm quite
I
aware
hope
of
I
that.
don't have to go to the Official Information Act to get some answers in this council.
Okay, yes, I hear what you're saying, and yes, you have done that. It's now time for councillors to have a view on what you're requesting, because what I'm hearing is you're asking, you've had a couple of meetings with Thomas, you've written a letter to Jeff, you're still not happy with your response, so we're hearing that's going on. So we need to hear what other councillors think, because we're here together. All right, so we've got a number there, so Councillor Sarang.
In view of the state of where we're at, and it's very difficult, I have definitely some sympathy with what Councillor Kent is saying. But would it not be easy enough to get what I call an outside opinion, be it the audit office or whoever? Because really, I certainly understand figures, but I don't feel in any position to make a decision on this one. So I think an outside opinion would be very wise.
Thank you. We now have your worship.
Well, I'm a bit distressed at what I hear. I understand your request, Councillor Sarang, but I believe very clearly we've had auditors poring over this council, and they're outside experts. That is the right approach, to see that we have due process for our financial accounting and reporting. And now we've had Fitch also poring over this organisation. I do not see the value of yet another, and paying for yet another external professional to look at the accounting and the financial status of this council. I, Madam Chair, am concerned when I look at, we've got our chief financial accountant here who has said that the spreadsheet was flawed. He's given the reasons why it's flawed, and then we get allegations in the letter about serious errors. He's been incorrectly advised, continued dissatisfaction with staff. I'm actually frankly sick of this. I'm sick of the time that we've spent trying to honestly and transparently debate these issues in committee. Other councillors haven't sought individual meetings with our chief executive and our chief financial officer. We accept this is the process of debate. We don't demand written responses which cost even more. I'd like to know how much that councillor has cost us by his continued requests to represent yet again, and just not accept what we've heard this morning from the Chief Financial Officer, that his spreadsheet was flawed. So he has a different view of looking at finances, and I would say, what is the professional view that we as elected representatives have to listen to? I would go every time to that of council, while I also accept that some still have concerns, and that's the right of elected representatives to ask and keep digging. But the majority of us have been really assured by our auditors, by Audit and Risk, by Fitch. Who else do we need to come in to point out to one councillor who keeps demanding that we're flawed, that we're given the wrong advice, that we're misdirected, continued dissatisfaction? I just think this is ridiculous. If we cost up, and I'd like an answer from the Chief Executive, how many times have we explained this to Councillor Kent? How many times have you taken him aside or Thomas to actually explain the way we run our spreadsheets here in both our annual plan and our long-term plan? I'm perfectly happy with the description that we've been given this morning. I understand it, others appear to understand it, and I don't see at all that it triggers significance, and we must proceed. But we've got to get on with the business, not constantly disputing from someone who's not an accountant, with respect, actually disputing a whole team of accountants. And so I think we need some answers from the Chief Executive in support of Thomas, and I certainly wouldn't accept paying again to get another external view. We've had it. We've had a clean bill of health, in my view, and I'd like that answer.
Going to ask Jeff to if he's got an answer.
Sorry, through the chair, and just responding to Her Worship's question, when I responded to Councillor Kent and copied it through to the broader council, I did refer back to the number of times that we have, for example, discussed the Childbury Library Health Hub. So that matter was raised and fully debated on the 4th of November at SPNF. It was then subsequently redebated at full council on the 12th of November. It was also a topic that we discussed fully again in the various matters pertaining to that project on the 18th of February and the 24th of February in the annual plan processes and the workshops. It was then re-raised on the 17th of March at SPNF and then again redebated on the 30th of March. On top of that, there have been so far 3 meetings between Councillor Kent and the Chief Financial Officer in which this and various other matters have also been covered. Now, that is just on the Child Library Health Hub. Of course, other matters I also referred back to was the Section 100 question about the balanced budget. Now, I started to research that, but got back to our LTP debate, our annual plan debate from last year. The auditors were questioned on the October the 29th on the same matter, and so there have been significant discussions in this chamber on these matters, and each time staff have come back with answers to questions to the best of their ability. I think the real question is here, what is the question that's been asked? And the answer on the screen here is that can the Library Health Hub be afforded within the LTP funding envelope? Now, I believe on the screen is a very clear answer to that. The problem comes when you start trying to compare one number to another, and at that stage you start looking at the various issues that Thomas is raising. Are we looking at inflated or uninflated numbers, or are we looking at a different technical view of actually our financial exposures? And to be quite honest, that's where we get into problems.
Councillor Sturt?
What really irks me, and I accept Councillor Kent's right in a democratic environment to raise questions, and I'll support that to the nth degree. However, he made an assertion today which I believe is new. He said impugning the integrity of a member of the Accountants Society of New Zealand that in a roundabout way that he is putting in false information to this council. And I, as an elected representative and a custodian of the ratepayers' money, I can't sit here and tolerate that. He made it and I wrote it down. The figures are out by $2.445 million. So, I mean, what's the way forward? I agree with Her Worship the Mayor. We have spent it on an ordinate, not only at SPNF, at all our meetings, O&M as well, and I don't think you've gone through that thoroughly enough, Mr. CE, because at every meeting, whether Janet or I have been in the chair, or Councillor Webber and I be in the chair, he has raised this issue, whether it's the hub, whether it's the financial performance, the LTP, and where we're heading. So I don't know where we take it from here. I'd seek your guidance as CE, whether it is important that we get the Office of the Auditor General. If I've ever had a problem and I haven't had satisfaction from staff, I've taken it to the Office of the Auditor General and I have accepted their ruling in terms of that. I know that we already did that at the LTP time, but he's made a fresh allegation today, over and above what he's made in the past, that we, in some ways insinuating, maybe I'm a little bit over the top, but insinuating that we, not falsifying figures, but the figures that Mr. Coley keeps putting in front of us are incorrect and are painting the incorrect picture. And I don't think we should tolerate that. So when the debate's over, and I'll listen to my colleagues because I think this is a really important question, because I wonder what the agenda is here. Yes, Councillor Kent has a genuine concern about getting things right, and if he is right, I'll be the first one to say, I apologise. But we have had incessant time after time. I have counted through 23 occasions when he has raised the issue on performance, on financial accountability, and financial, and I also have to take my hat off to the professional who sits there to have been harangued as he has. Particularly today, I found a little bit uncomfortable. All hats off to you, Thomas, and to you too, Dave. I know the three of you at your management meetings have spent an inordinate amount of time trying to, one, understand what Councillor Kent's coming at, and two, to respond to it. So I'll leave the matter open, Madam Chair, in terms of whether I put a amendment that it be referred to the Office of the Auditor General.
All right, well, we'll see where we go. Thank you, Councillor Sturt. I think this is a matter, I'm hoping most councillors will. I would like you to speak once, and I think as long with thoughtfulness as those have already done, and I think it's important we air how we think this should be resolved, and so I think that's important to do that today. So we'll try as far as possible to allow everyone to speak once. So we now have Councillor Gould, then Donaldson, then Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to point out to all the councillors here today that we've got 3 ACA qualified accountants. They can't afford to make mistakes for this council. Their degrees to the Accounting Society or their nomination to the Accounting Society are at stake. So I believe, the figures up on the board are fine. They are projected costs for the long-term plan for 2015-2025. There's no guarantee that this council can agree to those figures permanently, because items do change. And with the accusations by Councillor Kent, we should sort out our dirty linen in a closed hearing, in a workshop, and that will solve the problem once and for all.
I think that the difficulty is we have to do it here because the letter was tabled. The spreadsheet was tabled at the last meeting, so it's out there anyway, I think. So, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like Councillor Sturt, I accept it is the role and the prerogative of governance to question financial matters about the performance of the organisation. But as the Chief Executive has explained on this particular issue, that questioning, I feel, has got to the point of being onerous and overly onerous on the resources of the organisation. I accept the explanation that's been given today. I'm very, very concerned that it's been labelled publicly as a whitewash. And I think whether the Chief Executive is prepared, following that allegation, to respond in writing to Councillor Kent is a matter for him, and I would support him either way. However, my choice is the Auditor General, not this organisation, to do it. If he remains dissatisfied, take it to the Office of the Auditor General, and let's see who's barking up the wrong tree on this one. That's where I feel. I repeat that I'm happy with the explanation. I'm happy with the interpretation of the significance policy that's been given today, and I signal that I'm prepared to move a motion to try and draw discussion within Council on this particular project and the funding of it to a close, Madam Chair.
I'd like to put the motion now, and then that does give further speakers the opportunity to speak to it without us rehashing.
So the motion I'd like to put is that the committee note the questions arising repeatedly since adopting the long-term plan in July 2015 concerning the Library and Children's Health Hub funding, the triggering of the significance and engagement policy, the 10-year funding envelope and requirements under Section 100 of the Local Government Act 2002 have been addressed fully by this committee, and that the committee recommends no further debate unless new information arises that would require a council decision around changes to project costs and any subsequent changes to the 10-year funding envelope regarding the specific project. I can give that to Carol.
I think you should. That's a very long
that.
motion. I can't remember that word for word. Thank you, Councillor Sturt. Seconded, Councillor Sturt. So that motion is on the table. So when we're going round, people are having an opportunity, you will be able to say what you think about that motion that Carol's typing up at the moment. Councillor, yes, but Councillor Hunt.
I, for one, am also fed up with it, and I think the community is too. And I'll just take a moment to read the resolution that's been put up there. I certainly support that, and I think that we need to move on, and we're in a democracy, so the majority vote rules. We've debated this, we've chewed it over, we've spat it about, we've continued, and we have actually given you an enormous amount of leniency within this chamber. And yeah, I've had enough too. So I hope that's the end of it. I hope we can move on, and I hope there won't be another issue that becomes a personal crusade. Because yes, if a group of us disagree with the figures, we will support any councillor going forward. But this is repetitive and vexatious. And I'm pleased that we're finally at this point where we won't have to sit through and listen to this once yet again. And congratulations, Thomas, for holding your cool, because I think that you have been pushed, and your staff, to the limit.
Councillor McVickers first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I remain concerned, to be honest, that we haven't had answers that I expected to see. And I'd just like to point out that during this term I have endeavoured to facilitate meetings between officers and Councillor Kent, and attended meetings because I likewise have become a bit overcome with the repetitive nature of them, and to that end I suggested that he should, in a pretty simplistic manner, put in writing his questions, and hence I expected he would have had a written response. So I would like to see a written response as he has requested, because I did suggest it in the first place. But, you know, he's raised some financial points that have not been answered today. You know, the fact that there's a deficit he's pointing out of $2.45 million. I think he's doing his job, and he certainly is justified to have a response in writing from the council. I'd also like to point out that auditors haven't reviewed these figures here as at today. Sure, last year they may have gone through the previous financial figures. So I remain uncomfortable, and I couldn't support that recommendation that was tabled there, because I don't think he has had a suitable response as to the specific queries that he has specifically raised, and he deserves an answer in writing. Thank you.
You, Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, let me clarify a few misconceptions around this table. I presented one spreadsheet only at this last meeting and asked for an explanation why the figures on it did not add up. They did not add up and were at variance with the long-term plan by 2.445 million. That's got nothing to do with what's been presented today at all. This is a very simple, these are Thomas's figures he presented to us and the figures taken out of the long-term plan. He has stated publicly twice now that my figures are all a kilter. Well, you show me which one of these figures is wrong, because they're straight off your slide and they are straight off the long-term plan, and I've treble-checked the addition of the spreadsheet 100 times. So I still haven't had an answer as to why it was presented to Council and why there was a discrepancy in what was presented to Council of 2.458 million. That's got nothing to do with the justification that was presented today. Totally different. Second point. The issue of the Section 100, I did not put that before this Council this time round. Chief Executive has done that. I put a formal written letter to the Chief Executive for an explanation on the Section 100 matter, because I intend to take it to the Auditor General's office because I'm not happy, and I wanted the official Council explanation in writing to do so. And once I receive that official explanation, I will be taking it to the Auditor General's office, and I will abide by whatever they say, and I hope the Council will do likewise. But at the moment, I'm not happy. And I was elected, and I swore to be responsible for funds of the ratepayers. And when I see numbers that don't add up, I start asking questions. And when I don't get straight answers, then, yes, I get a little bit upset. But I have very quietly requested in writing explanations for what I'm unhappy with. I have not brought it before this meeting at all. The Chief Executive's done that. So that's the second point. The third point is the issue I've raised today, which is I have asked a very simple question: why, when we're being presented with financial forecasts to the year end, the total figures on expenditure for this council are $5-odd million out from the long-term plan figures? It's a simple question. Show me where the difference is. And again, I would like to see that in writing, please. Now, I hope that's clarified the issue. It was only a question of, A, the spreadsheet as presented by Thomas did not add up, and it still does not add up by exactly the same amount, and the explanation today has had no bearing on that whatsoever. Secondly, the Section 100 was a case of me requesting a formal explanation, not to worry this council, because I wanted to resolve the matter properly with fully qualified accountants. And I have to say, I have discussed it with a chartered accountant who happens to agree with me. So we need to clarify the issue.
Thank you. Right, I'm going to let the CEO have a chance to respond. I have to say, the only thing for me is we all got the spreadsheet, but the emails of letters, who sent the letters to him? The letter from Councillor Kent to you and the response, was that you? Okay. I'm just a bit confused over that process, so I'll just clarify that.
So just on the letter firstly, so Councillor Kent's correct. My understanding is that the spreadsheet was tabled at the council meeting. I think it was referred to as a letter, and that's where I think the confusion has resulted. But then there is another letter that Councillor Kent has put to me, of which I have responded to council. Now, I want to actually just cover off a couple of issues. Firstly, we have 5 qualified accountants in the team who are all involved in the development of our financial reporting. Our financial reporting is subject to the scrutiny of audit and has been so now for some time, for the last 3 years that either Mr. Foster or Mr. Coley have actually been in these roles. We haven't had qualified audit opinions which demonstrate that our financial reporting or exposures are inaccurate. That has not been a finding of any audit. Not only that, we also have, as you know, we've had PricewaterhouseCoopers look at our reports and our financial reporting, and then we've also had Fitch look at it just recently as well. That was an international company that put a detailed microscope on the accuracy of the reports that are provided to you. So my view is that I'm very comfortable that our financial staff are professionally giving to you accurate information. The other matter is the Section 100 question. That's not a new question. That question has been raised now for some 18 months. And we have attempted to provide in this forum and in individual meetings responses to that. You'll recall that in the concept and the content of our LTP, there was a lot of debate, both in workshops and in the LTP itself, about our levels of debt and our levels of income and our levels of surpluses that we were going to achieve during the years. That was a decision that you have made. At the time, there was always the opportunity for you to either say, no, we don't accept that, and to increase our level of revenue, raise rates further, or to cut services. Now, those are debates that have been had now in this chamber on a number of occasions in our LTP and our various annual plans. And on the basis of those debates, our staff have constructed annual plans and reported to you performance against those annual plans. I think what we have here is a problem whereby there are appropriate questions that you need to debate, and it's items like, for example, is our debt level acceptable? Is it appropriate? Are our services the right services, or could you cut some of them and therefore reduce the cost of this organisation? Are there means of increasing revenue? Do you wish to increase rates further? So all of those matters are the right matters for debate. What we're having here, though, is a question, I believe, around the accuracy of our reporting, which is driving the discussions about debt and so on. Now, I think my belief is that that is the wrong discussion. As I say, I'm totally confident that our staff are professional in the way that they work and that they are providing you with accurate information. On the matter of the affordability of the health library or the library health hub, what Thomas has shown you today is the answer to the question, can we, with the increase in the budget, afford this within the LTP envelope? What he's provided you today is a very clear and very simple professional answer to that question. Now, the problem is that if you delve into the LTP and pull out numbers, it's very difficult for our staff to respond on the fly, because in the LTP are a number of different financial tables. Some of them are inflated, some of them aren't inflated, some of them are looking at our financials from a cash accounting point of view, others are looking at it from a P&L point of view. And so if you try and pull out one number and compare it with another, it's not necessarily going to be helpful. What our staff try and do is to give you the simplest and easiest understood answers to your questions that are technically correct and are based on sound evidence, and I believe that's what they do.
Now we have to speak, so Councillor Raukawa-Tate, Councillor Maxwell, and then I'd like to have an opportunity, and then I'll give Councillor Donaldson a right of reply if you so wish, Councillor Donaldson. All right, Councillor
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do not know why we pussyfoot around with Councillor Kent. Why on earth do we indulge his questioning the whole time? Councillor Kent will never be satisfied with any answer that is given. He sounds plausible, but I can tell you I know bullying behaviour when I see it. Everybody around this table knows that I know bullying behaviour when I see it. And that's what we've got. I sit here and I just think, we should not be tolerating behaviour like that. And I don't know, I mean, I read nothing that comes in from Councillor Kent. Nothing. I look at nothing. Because it's coming from a disaffected councillor or a smart ass. Whichever, take your pick. And I just don't want to,
Point of
I just
order,
want to
Madam
come
Chair.
here. I want to come here.
Okay, I just must find out what the point of order is and then we'll come.
It's not the point of order. The point of order, I'm just trying to say
I know,
that we should be, beg your pardon, we should be moving
The
on.
point of order is running down other councillors is against this code of conduct of this council.
You should talk.
Councillor,
You should talk.
Councillor Okawatate, I must have some. I must
Yes.
have to
Thank you.
actually say that is a point of order, and if you could just not refer
Said,
to
thank
Councillor
you.
Kent in a
Thank you.
derogatory manner, we'd
Point
appreciate it.
noted, thank you.
Thank you.
But, you know, we've wasted, I think, about an hour again. The explanation, thank you, Thomas, for the explanation that you put up, yet again. I'm comfortable with it. I have confidence in our Chief Executive. Why you would want to go put things in writing to respond to Councillor Kent, Jeff, I don't know. But I just feel that we shouldn't be tolerating this any longer. Just move on and get the work of that the community expects us to do. Get on with that. That's what we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Okawatate. Councillor Maxwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I strongly support the motion that's been put up there by Councillor Donaldson. And really, I think what has been said in it here, it really is, for me, a decision. Do we accept what the Chief Financial Officer is telling us, or do we accept what our colleague, Councillor Kent, is telling us, or giving his version of finance? We didn't hire Councillor Kent to be our Chief Financial Officer. We've got a strong team here with Dave Foster and Thomas, and as we've heard, 5 accountants. And whilst I'm not in Destiny Church, I believe, like what Bishop Brian Tamaki said, enough is enough. You know, we've had enough. It's gone on. We heard from, I didn't realise how many times he'd been in to see Jeff Williams, the 4th of November, 12th of November, 18 February, 24 February, 30 March, and 3 other meetings. Shucks, when does he give up? You know, to me is, I think, stop playing games. And in Te Reo Māori, for us, it wouldn't last this long at Ohui. Sometimes we do go on. We would be so hoha, I think the rest of them would have left. But, you know, for me, honestly, he's questioned, we've patiently sat here, he's questioned auditors who've come from head offices, lawyers, Tompkins, whatever they are, Mr. Foster, and our Chief Financial Officer. Often, I like the majority, I think, that I've heard speak here, we are hoha. And Worship, the Mayor covered a lot of things earlier that I agree with in that too. And I'm also hearing from councillors who want us to go get someone independent, and yet the same people are the ones who are always telling us to save costs. It's cost us already. So I strongly support the motion that's on the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Maxwell. Mr. Waru has asked to speak. He hasn't had an opportunity, so I'll allow that.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Not so much a question, but just a request, because my colleague and I, we weren't aware of this kaupapa, so just in future could be put in the loop so that we can come with an informed kaupapa and kōrero. Hoi anō, kai te tautoko katoa au ngā kōrero a taku pāpā cheva, oro waiwai. Yes, I've been in some pretty long debates at our marae, and usually wānanga, but there comes a point where, you know, the general consensus has to prevail and kānga whakamua. So koina noho tāku. Kia ora.
All right, thank you. And certainly I appreciate all the councillors who have spoken. I think it's a very difficult situation, and from what I'm hearing, councillors feel that this has probably gone on long enough in terms of staff time and effort and constant request. So I guess for me it's a question of who do we believe, who do we choose to believe, and I guess for me it would be, it's not a guess actually, for me it is, I think this council is in the clearest financial position I think we've ever seen. We have actually employed chartered accountants, and as Jeff said, we've got 5. We've never had that before, including Mr. Colley. I think this is the best we have seen. Things stay consistent. We see the same consistent thing. The only always confusing bit, isn't it, for us, is when we have the LTP and it has to be put in accountant speak, and yet what comes to us is easy to understand, but when they have to go and change it around, that always gets a little bit tricky. So I will support the motion. I don't believe that Jeff should respond to the letter. I think there's an element of bullying in that letter of our staff, and I do not think that our staff, who are professionals, should have to endure that. The reason we are seeing improvement in our city is that many of us have tried to work together over a number of years to improve our place. We agreed on a vision, but working that out in reality is difficult. It's hard. But we need to move forward in our thinking. We need to stop the barriers of we can't do this, we can't do this for some other reason, not yet. And another barrier we have is that we think things are okay. But actually for a lot of our community, things aren't okay. And we're working with our vision and our community to make that happen. And this type of thing actually doesn't help us. So that's what I wanted to say. And then Councillor Donaldson had a right of reply.
Yes, but Your Worship, her Worship is indicating she'd like to add to the motion. So
okay.
If I could just wait for that before I reply.
That. Sure. Okay. To the motion, and then I'll ask Mr. Bissigny. Look, can you correct me? I cannot say your first name properly, sir.
Biasini Tuli.
Biasini. Okay, Biasini. So I'll do that. So we'll just let the Mayor add to the motion, then I'll let you have a chance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Following the discussion and the tenor of the allegations, I'd like to add to the motion that we have a vote of confidence in the CEO and the Chief Financial Officer. And I propose that be added to the motion.
Happy with that.
Mover and the seconder happy with that? As you were the seconder, weren't you, Councillor Stewart?
Part 2.
Have a part 2 and I can put it separately. Okay? Are you all right with that? Yes.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just a point of clarification around the vote for the motion. What my colleague mentioned, not having enough information, is that the right to abstain in the upcoming vote? Yeah, okay.
Appreciate it is difficult for you. This is only your second meeting, and if you're more comfortable with abstaining, I think that is a...
Yeah, I'm just not sure how to report back to Te Aroha, because there's two sides to report back to Te Aroha, and I can't.
That's quite right. Yeah, absolutely. Councillor Gould.
Clarification, please, Madam Chair. When we vote on this today, it's going to be redebated at the full council meeting. Is that correct?
Well, because it's a motion being put here, so this is not part of the recommendations. A separate motion. It will. Yeah. Well. I'm getting advice from Carol that it won't go to full council because it's not a recommendation, it's a motion. It's a motion that's been put on the table. It will be noted. It will be noted. Yeah. So that's up to Councillor Donaldson, who put it, and the seconder.
No, I don't think it needs to be a recommendation to full council, Madam Chair. And yeah, I'm ready for a right of reply if that's...
Yes, I think it's your time.
So look, I just wanted to reply to Councillor Mitvicker and Councillor Kent, who said that the councillor hasn't received an answer. And look, I went back and looked at the video transcript of the meeting last week where Councillor Kent tabled his spreadsheet, and he did say that he intended to write a letter to the Chief Executive, and the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer both said they would respond and copy in all councillors, and there was no objection raised to that. So on that basis, I accept that if the Chief Executive Officer does write that letter of explanation back to Councillor Kent, tautoko, support that. But, you know, the other item I wish to respond to in right of reply was I support Councillor Kent on his point of order under, you know, not running down other councillors. However, you know, it's equally unsavoury in my view that he accuses the CFO of presenting a whitewash here today. So I think that's a bit rich, and that's why I would support part 2 of the recommendation. So that's my right of reply. I'm happy to.
I think we've had a sufficient debate on this. I'm going to put the motion, and I'll read it out for online viewers, that the committee note the questions arising repeatedly since adopting the LTP in July 2015 concerning the Library and Children's Health Hub funding, triggering the significance and engagement policy, the 10-year funding envelope and requirements under Section 100 of the Local Government Act 2002 have been addressed fully by this committee. The committee recommends no further debate unless new information arises that would require a council decision around changes to project costs and any subsequent changes to the 10-year funding envelope regarding this specific project. It's been moved and seconded. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Division? Could I have show of hands, please? So all in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 2 abstentions. Have you got all the names, Carol? Did you need the hands up? Okay, thank you, Mr. CEO.
So, through the chair, those voting for were Mayor Chadwick, Councillors Donaldson, Gould, Hunt, Maxwell, Rokawa Tate, Sturt, Tapsell and Weeper. Those councillors voting against were Councillor Bentley, Kent, McVicker and Sarank.
Thank you. The motion is 1. And then could I have put point 2, that a vote of confidence be moved for the Chief Executive and the Chief Financial Officer. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Please raise your hands for division. All in favour, please say aye. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Everyone except Councillor Kent. Okay. All right, and we've got his. All right. Well, thank you for that. That motion is 1 as well. So I would like to call a brief break of 10 minutes, please, to have a cup of tea or something before we get on to the non-financial matters. it's time we came back is we're missing Thomas, aren't we? Collie.
Could I just make...
yes, while we're waiting.
Yeah, just signal that I have to apologise and leave. The Minister of Local Government is speaking at Tryon Street, so I'm going to shoot down there to represent us. And also had councillors receive the Trends briefing note, because it's a great describer of what it is. And I understand it was put in your cubby holes, so that's coming up next week.
All right, well, some of us haven't cleared our cubby holes yet. All right, okay, we'll move on then. So we're now up to recommendation 2, the non-financial performance for 9 months ended 31st of March. Thank you. I'd just like to get to the end of reading it out. It's just for the online viewers, Mr. Gould, Councillor Gould, sorry. So if we can just let me finish, that's really good, and then that's fine. So it's been moved, Councillor Gould, seconded by Councillor Hunt. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, so have you still got a PowerPoint for this or not? No, not for this one. Did you want to introduce it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a very brief introduction to this one. So I think the key here is that overall we've had a slight deterioration on the last quarter for our performance measures. I say slight as in a couple of percent. Overall, we're on track at the moment on 65% of our measures. 17% of them aren't currently being met and are at risk of not being met at the end of the year, and the balance of them are still need to be measured. I think to put that into context, I'd refer you to page 36 on your report, and that's one that looks like this. Yep. And if you look at this, you'll see that these are the 21 odd different activities that council does. 3 activities really stand out as struggling to meet their performance measures, and so pensioner housing 50-50 there, but the reality is that one is down to one tenant not allowing us to in the building to inspect, and we have a surprise for her coming tomorrow, so that will be taken care of. Regulatory, again, the explanation was down to some of it is turning those consents around in the 15 days required, which was the target. When you talk to the team, they're really changing the approach of the consents, doing a lot more work up front and really trying to add value to the consent applicant rather than just worrying about the days involved, and as a result the feeling is that you're getting much happier applicants with the result at the end of the process, and saying that there's still a small number of complaints that need to be dealt with, but they are being dealt with accordingly. And the other one that stands out is waste management, and a lot of that is down to the lack of recyclables going through the landfill and the systems, and the private operator waste management with regards to the volumes that they're picking up, and we're unable to measure to see where we sit. So other than those, overall we are progressing quite well on our performance measures.
I'm sure you've all got some questions. Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Thomas. You'd glossed over, or you didn't even mention it, in fact, the inner city services, which, according to my little piece of paper, is quite...
Yes, sorry, my apologies, Councillor, you're right. In my notes in front of me I did have inner city services, and I forgot to put my little asterisk next to it. The one there is around the twofold, the replacement and the quality of the fittings in our existing public facilities, which we're working on. So we have upgraded 1 or 2 of them, and we're targeted to a few more next year, so that will improve next year. And the other part of that is the cleanliness, I think, of 1 or 2 of them with regards to the cleaning regime. Hasn't been up to standard, and the reporting hasn't been up to standard, and discussions and actions have been put in place with the contractor to make sure that that doesn't happen again.
Thank you, Councillor Bentley, for bringing that up. I raised that earlier, and I actually did ask if Rob could be here, and I saw he's sort of sat through all the first part, but he'll be back, because I did ask him about what was happening with that toilets and that sort of thing, because it is disturbing to see a whole orange line for inner city services. So I think a lot of it's down to that. So when Rob comes back, hopefully we're still here and we can ask him. Any other questions, Councillor Gould?
Madam Chair, I'm going to test your patience. Lumber Cube Mill. I could put down that minimise impact on the environment on page 52. I could put down customer satisfaction on page 51. And I could put down something to do with development policy, bylaws and plans, page 46. So, in a way, it is covered in some of those comments which have been brought forward. My two questions is, can we please get a regular committee update every meeting, because it is quite important for the meetings coming up by the 21st of July. And two, if the Lumbercube people have spent over $2 million in trying to fix the noise, what is this council budgeted for the next 3 months in employing its consultant and staff time and costs involved in council side of the operation?
Thank you, Councillor Goldwood. I'm relieved you don't have to test my patience, because it's going to be updated in the operational report already. Okay, so it's coming there in that part. All right, now there's a couple of other questions. Rob, if you don't mind coming sitting by Thomas, you just were fraction late, and we were wanting to know all about the inner city services. So I think we'll just go back there, and then we'll move on to the other questions after. Oh no, I'll just let Rob respond. Is that okay? And then we'll go to you.
Thank you. Through you, the chair. I take it. Sorry, I missed the question. I was a bit late. It was about the inner city toilet cleaning schedule.
Well, the whole question was all to do with why it was all orange, but Thomas explained it was a lot to do with the cleaning and some of the fit out not being as to the tier we expected.
Yes. Okay, the target is to increase the level of tier 2 or better toilets. With the moving out of the Pukewarewa Street toilets, which was a tier 1 toilet, and then creating the new excuse me, Pukewarewa Street toilets, which is a tier 2 toilet, we actually went through the whole process of replacing a whole toilet without actually adding another one to the level, so to speak. So we had a reasonably significant expense involved with simply just retaining the status quo. We've got the Memorial Drive toilets, which the tender has just been let, and that's going to lift them up. So there are effectively, we've created 2 toilets this year of tier 2 or better. Unfortunately, one has replaced another one because we lost the lease. So we've got a schedule next year, and we've just started this process actually today, where we're identifying what toilets we can lift from a current tier 3 up to a tier 2, which is internal fitting, so it might be a refurb rather than a very major project. We can actually try and achieve that, and we've got one planned to get the planning and the process sorted in the first quarter, which we will hopefully start in the second quarter. The cleaning schedule for the inner city toilets, we have 10 inner city toilets, of which one is cleaned at Ahinimutu, which is cleaned by the marae, and 6 or 7 of them are on a continuous clean cycle. The others are on a twice daily clean cycle. We haven't got the right systems in place with our Rotorua contracting cleaners to actually monitor effectively where they have been and how often they have been there. So we've just in the last week or so sorted out how we can use the Argus vehicle tracking system to actually try and use that to record how frequently they are going to these sites, and therefore we should have a better system to be able to evaluate whether we are achieving 95%, which is the target of frequency, or whether it's less than that. The first glance we had at the paper sheets, at the moment they just record I was here, I was here, I was here at these. When we've gone through that, we've noted some areas where a couple of the toilets that are supposed to be cleaned twice daily were only visited once daily, may have been visited but clearly they weren't cleaned, and so there's the vehicle's gone past, has been left at idle for a couple of minutes and then disappeared, so it wasn't actually a clean. So this is part of trying to work out how we can actually get a better system to work it out. So we suspect it's not being achieved, we don't know by how much, It doesn't appear to be much not achieved, if excuse the expression, but we need to get the system sorted out to measure it.
Now, Mr. Basinio Tuli and Councillor McVicker, did you have questions relating to this topic or something different? Not to the toilets. So Councillor Gould, do you want to have a question on the toilets? Yes, so we'll have Councillor Gould, and I'll then come back to you.
A lot of businesses, with people visit, and the toilets, they have a list on the wall with an initial and a time when the staff member cleans it. Perhaps you could possibly look at that system, I don't know. And there was a fault in the men's toilet on Hinimara Street yesterday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I hope you do get a tracking system in place. And the reason I say that, Madam Chair, I'm living in the city now, and I'm forever running into the toilet cleaners cleaning. So while you may have, I've just heard you say they might be there or they might be there, they're there all right, because I'm forever running into them. And I've noticed it. I'd never noticed it before. So, yeah, and they're parking up there, and they're, so yes, I'm running into them.
It's good to know. So maybe we need to have our tracking system a little bit better. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Basinio Tuli.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just a few questions. First one is around the NRB survey. What's the timeline for that survey?
JP.
Through Madam Chair, it's May that we normally undertake that survey.
Yeah. Page 49 with the footpaths. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting lots of complaints around footpaths, especially from mobility scooters down Sala Street. Because when you come down Tiangai, there's a footpath, but when you turn left onto Sala, there's nothing. So some areas where there aren't any footpaths are concerned for mobility scooters, so they just duck out on the road and get beat by trucks.
Review all of the complaints that we get, so sometimes it just comes down to when something's up for renewal. As you would expect, that an asset which has been there for a while deteriorates to a certain level before it gets renewed, so it goes down before it comes back up. So yeah, we'll follow up on those.
Yep. Page 50, the discharge. Yeah, discharge compliance. Does whatever come into that reporting?
Sorry, the question was in relation to the forest.
Yeah, the forest and whatever discharge.
Yes.
Is that counted here? There's 0 there, but I keep hearing about the discharge problems up in the forest.
It's all overflows that to surface water or to land that aren't supposed to happen are counted in here.
Yep, that's just sure. Yeah. Page 50, further down, the customer satisfaction. Have there been complaints about the smell coming out of Tengai, Waste to Gold area? Just when we're going past, everyone's like, "What's that smell?" Wind up the windows and.
Through you, Madam Chair, the smell often, it's not the wastewater treatment plant, it's often the composting plant next door, which is the green waste composting from the landfill, but it's not the treatment plant. Usually, anyway, it's been a long time since we've had complaints about odour from the treatment plant itself.
But have there been any? Have there been any complaints around the composting facility?
Yes, there have been some complaints about the composting. We had some received a few weeks ago, which the people didn't believe was the treatment plant, and they went and had a look, and it wasn't the treatment plant. It did appear to be coming from the composting operation.
Sorry. Two more questions. Page 53, and the drinking water, and the protozoal. Can you please explain what that is?
Yeah,
looks pretty major.
Yeah, so bacteria and protozoa are two of the tests that are done on drinking water supplies, and for the supplies we've got here, we've had there's never been bacteria or protozoa recorded in our testing that's done, so never been there. But we have some procedural issues with some of the supplies. So for the main Madipo supply for the central urban area, our UV system was partly down at one stage. So our ultraviolet disinfection system, part of it was down because of a pipeline issue. That was a fairly significant issue for us to resolve. So it took us some time to get that sorted. But because of that, the testing, the drinking water standards were deemed to be not compliant. So there was never any testing that showed there were any bacteria or protozoa issues. But because of the ultraviolet that wasn't being carried out for a period of time, it's put us back into the non-compliant as part of the drinking water issues. For Mamaku, we've got a similar issue there. There's never been bacteria, never been protozoa tested in any of the testing that we've done. However, there was a boundary issue. So we've actually, the bore was quite close to a boundary with another property. So we've actually, because of that, it wasn't given secure supply status. So we've actually changed that boundary now. We've gone through a process with the property owner next door and done a little boundary adjustment. So we've now got interim security status for the site, but we've got to do a year's worth of more testing to show that that's going to be continued before we're actually given that full secure site status. So there's no issues with the actual water quality. They're all with procedural issues around the way that it's tested and so on.
Page 54, around the water, demand management, 285 litres per person per day of drinking water. I only drink maybe 1 litre a day and maybe have a shower and maybe flush the toilet a couple of times. What's the breakdown of that 285 litres per day per person?
That's all of the water that's used in each household. So that's the drinking water is a small part of that. The water that flushes the toilets, the bath water, the shower water, the garden water that's used on the gardens, all comes into that. So it's drinking water quality, it's drinking water standard, but it's used for a whole pile of other things other than drinking. The drinking water itself would be a small part of that usage per day.
Strictly house,
it's household water. It's household usage.
Right, good questions there, thank you. Councillor McVicker. Oh, earlier you did. Oh, sorry. Councillor Sturt then. Oh no, you, Councillor Sturt, then Councillor Serink.
At the last meeting I raised the issue of, I think it comes under page 51, where I'd had a lot of calls which I put through to Castle Corp regarding drains and streets that are blocked. And then when we get heavy rain, the water, particularly Devon Street, Hood Street, I did quite a few of the streets, and I understood that there was a contract for those people to go and suck out the silt that's in those curbside drains, and I just wondered whether you had gone back and checked that is operative, and how they're performing in terms of delivery, service delivery.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, there is a procedure in place for those to be checked and cleaned. There's also a procedure in place for known areas that suffer from leaf fall on the cesspit gratings to be checked in autumn, this time of year. But they can't solve all problems, of course, and there are other issues. If there's any outstanding that we haven't resolved, if you can let me know about them, I'll make sure that they get sorted.
Serink?
Just a question of clarity, really. Page 39, right down the bottom, in regard to highridge percentages, can you tell me what constitutes a highridge? Is it a meeting room like the referees meet once a week or once every fortnight? At the moment up there they use a very small room. Is that considered a highridge alongside of, say, for instance, a full Chiefs game or something like that? Is it 1-1? the other places as well. You know, is 1 a 1 here, no matter how much is being used.
Sorry, Councillor Sarank, which box are we looking at?
59, the percentages down the bottom, percentage of available capacity utilised. And my question is just what does constitute a higherage? Is one room, for instance, where the referees meet up at the stadium, which is a very small room, does that have the same rating as a full hire like the Chiefs game?
The stadium referees' rooms, no, we report those in the operational report. So it's a compilation of the operational report figures. In terms of the Energy Events Centre, it's not the main arena, so we don't sum every room and work out that the total capacity. It's the number of days that the venue is used
The use of any room within that venue.
It's not any room because, like with the International Stadium, we don't count the referees' room use because, but that is a good example of what we could have said. With the Energy Events Centre, from my understanding, it's generally, the larger spaces. It's not simply one of the small meeting rooms, therefore gives the Energy Events Centre a tick. I can clarify that and get back to you and find out the detail.
On that, I'm interested in that.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Waru?
Yeah, kia ora, Madam Chair. Just in reference to page 42 about the liquor licensing. Says here, as of 31st of March, we had 42% of, all of them have been inspected and given license, all the premises. I was wondering, seeing as I think it's June 30th or whatever, the year end, is this a realistic goal to be able to get 100%?
The of the first one, we think definitely. In regards to the second one, quite a lot more inspections required there. Nevin has turned his mind to the work program and so on, and what would be required, as you can see, to achieve that. The expectation is that we're going to be targeting 100%. The one that I would think there may be some risk of not achieving 100% on is probably the second one rather than the first. Simply because of the element of the two inspections within there and whether that's actually practical.
And just another question to Madam Chair. On the non-financial performance, to page 31, they look good. I guess I was wondering with the KPIs, who sets the KPIs? I can see it looks like that the Local Government Act sets 23 of them. Who sets which are mandatory, but who sets the other 54?
For you, Madam Chair. So you are correct, there are a number of mandatory measures set out for us. The rest of them are set by the councillors, either during the long-term plan process or can be amended during the annual plan process as well if required.
Kia ora, Thomas. And just with the other one, last one, Madam Chair, page 45, the 4 governance KPIs not yet measured. I think they'll be addressed in the May survey, if I read correctly. The last one is about the percentage of residents who feel they can participate in decision making. Is there a way to split this by ethnicity to see if the creation of Te Tatau o Te Arawa increases this for Māori? Is there a way?
Yeah, I'm looking at JP here, so.
Or do we have a baseline at least?
Can we?
I have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure what questions. The survey is 400 people, and we do have a selection criteria, and it is. But I'd need to get back to you on whether we then capture ethnicity, age, that type of information when we're collecting the results to the questions.
I
Thank you. No, I just think it'll be good for the council to know that stuff. That's all. Kia ora.
Le Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was just supplementary to Mr. Waru's question regarding the regulatory team, and I just wondered if there was an element in there of the distraction that team has been under with the east side noise issues and a bit of a capacity issue, pressure on that group.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. Very good question and very true. Not just that, so that has taken a lot of the resource, because actually they have a multi-purpose resource, so the people doing the noise monitoring are the same people who do the inspections. The other one, of course, which has diverted quite a bit of their time, taken up quite a lot of resources, the new Food Act. And that's taken up one of their resources pretty much full time, and now taking up a little bit more resource in terms of what the implementation of that's going to be. So they're the two factors which have really impacted on that team in the last 6 months.
Just have one question, just on page 43. We're talking about, on the third paragraph from the bottom, the KPIs for Grow Rotorua. So it says one of the 6 KPIs at risk of not achieving, which is to obtain 2 million in grants. So are they going to get any grants, and what sort of local projects are they planning to fund? Does anyone know?
Andrew is talking to Grow about finding out more information, and we'll pass that through when we get it.
Madam Chair, just a quick question on page 47. The last one there about the enhancing the aesthetic look of Rotorua. 499 of the 491 reports of graffiti were removed within 24 hours. So I think that's a tremendous record there. But so now we're saying about reducing the response time. What do we want to bring it down to? We're doing so well here.
The key reason for that is that the measure is in the 24 hours. Now what we want to do is get the contractor to reduce the time on average so that they're complying with more within the 24 hours. Okay. So the way to do that is we're not going to make it 23. What we want them to do is to be responding much faster, so that we get that greater percentage coming in within the 24 hours.
But I think that's a good measure that we have got done.
Thorough discussion on all of those, so we'll move on now to recommendation 3 for the operation report for April 2016 on page 55. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Rokawate, seconded Councillor McVicker. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against, carried. So we'll finish Thomas with the dashboard on 56, 57.
Just got a minor little presentation here. There we go. So, I didn't bring any chocolate fish for those that have noticed that the dashboard has changed, but hopefully you have. Same information, but just trying to modify it so it's a bit easier to understand. So, same again up the top with regards to the Rotorua 2030 outcomes, and that was reported to you, I think, at the last O&M meeting. This here is the performance measures which we've just gone through with regards to where they currently sit. We've changed, we've moved around the health and safety one, and we've removed contractors from it and just changed it up a little bit. So what you see there is a rolling average of injuries and days lost. The pleasing thing for us is the black line dropped significantly back in January with regards to that's lost time injuries. So that's where a staff member actually gets injured and actually has to take time off work. However, in the last month we have had two minor incidences as well where staff members have had to take some time off, and those are mostly related to slipping over on an elevator, but of concern, and that's what we're reporting. FTE count, so we've changed it up a little bit to show you exactly the same as what you had before. The cap is still 395, hasn't changed, but we are showing you the difference between full-time, part-time and fixed term, just to get you a feel of where they sit. We haven't put casuals on that are called in when and as if required, because they don't form part of the formal head count. So you can see there it's been fairly consistent. Unplanned leave, so this is sick leave, so as expected around December, January when the sun is shining and people are on leave, there's not a lot of sick leave. And as the weather changes and the summer period disappears and people aren't on holiday as much, we get back to that climbing back up to where it sits over the winter period. The employee turnover, so we talked about this in the past, how it was a very high percentage of 18, so we've done a bit of work on it, and what we noticed was that the Aquatic Centre, the museum and the eyesight have very high turnover. So we've split the lines between the green and the blue there. So the green is that area, and the reason why it's high is like the Aquatic Centre employs a lot of students or people that have come out of school and looking for other employment, and they may be swim instructors or they may be lifeguards, and they generally move on fairly quick. So not a lot of them actually stay around. It's a great opportunity for them to get some skills and some employment while they're looking at other opportunities. The museum and the eyesight as well has not the same as the Aquatic Centre, but does have a component of staff that does turn over fairly quickly for similar reasons. So if you strip that out, the core, what's left of the council, it's not core because there's others are part of our core, is at about 15%. So probably still a little bit higher than we would like it to see, but it's actually more in the ballpark figure of about 10 to 15% is probably a healthy turnover for an organisation of our size. Leave balances, so it's important that we monitor the balances of our staff and make sure that they are taking the leave as and when required. So not only is it good for their well-being, but it's also good from a risk management point of view, particularly from a financial point of view, that when staff are on leave, obviously you have another set of eyes that undertake the work that they do, which is always good from a risk perspective. So declined over the summer period, as we expected. We did have a lot of staff, long-serving staff, that had quite high leave balances of greater than 30 days, and that's has a strategy in place and is currently being actively managed, and so long as we stay on top of it, we don't expect it to climb back to the levels that it was before. Financials, so we talked about all of those before. I just put a little bit of an operational revenue and operational expenditure graph on, just on monthly as to where it sits. So the green is the actuals and the blue's the budget and where we forecast it to be. So you can see every month, probably October, our actual revenues have been ahead of the monthly budget, and conversely for expenditure you'll see that while there's a few little ups and downs, overall our actual operational expenditure is tracking less than the monthly budgets and is forecast at the end of the year just below as well. I've changed the capital forecast, so this one was on its side. I'm not sure we've quite nailed it yet. So the blue and the black is effectively, the blue is the budget that's set in the budget and the LTP at 85%, and the black is effectively the 15% that you would add on top to get to 100% of the program. Next to it on the left is the green is the actual spend to date, and the orange is what we anticipate the forecast spend to be for the remainder of the year. So as you can see, short of, not too sure why inner city services has just crept over the total budget, but we'll have a look at that. All the others are tracking well within the funding that's been set aside. So other than that, from an operational point of view, I'll just take the financial services and the property ones as read, other than to say that we are just in the process of listing 4 further properties with regards to the Victoria Street Arterial onto market, and anticipate those going to auction on the 6th of June.
Report. Yes, Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thomas, thank you for your report. I'm making an assumption here, and perhaps you can clarify it for me. Under your full-time equivalents, the little red line, does that include all the contractors that we have on long-term?
No, it only includes people that are on payroll, so if we have contractors that are obviously not on the payroll, they're not included in this, no.
Supplementary to that, how many contractors do we have?
I'm sure with the type of business that we have, Councillor, we have numerous contractors for a whole range of reasons. I haven't done a tally recently, so I don't know how many there are, but I could use examples probably for each of the areas as where it's appropriate to use contractors rather than to try and have that level of expertise on our payroll.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just with you, are we just discussing this executive dashboard first and then we're going to move on, or?
Thing on Thomas's report, which goes to page 57.
Oh, okay.
All right?
Yep. There's a point 4.1.2. There's a corridor there about the undertaking annual review of pension and housing rental levels and preparing paper to be presented to council. Just wondering when is that going to be presented?
In the next month.
Next month.
Yep.
Kia ora, that's it.
Becca?
Madam Chair, back to the dashboard, if I may, the bottom left one, the yearly employee turnover. Why have you changed the goalposts and given us different information now?
The goalposts haven't changed. I've just broken the bar up. So what I've done is the 395 hasn't changed the cap, exactly like it was before. And rather than just showing one bar of what the total was, all we've done is broken it down between full-time, part-time and fixed term, just to give you a bit of clarity as to understanding the mix of how our staff sit. But the overall total numbers haven't changed. Bottom left one. Oh.
Their easy printout, which illustrated, we've gone from 18% to 18.2%. You quoted a figure of 15%. I don't see any relevance to the bottom left graph that you have there.
Sorry, Councillor, I'll just flip back to that. So you're right. So the reason we changed that was to try and give you an understanding of what was causing it to be 18%. And the reason why it was at 18% was effectively the high volume of turnover in the aquatics, the museum and the eyesight, which is why we've now split the two. If Council wish, I'm quite happy to put that back together, and if you take the 36.5% average on the aquatics, museum and eyesight and the 15.8 across the rest and combined it, we'd still be at exactly what we were talking about before.
Okay.
So it is the same, but tried to break it down to give you clarity. If you feel that you had better clarity on the last one, I'm quite happy to change it back to the way that it was. But the data is the same, it's just presented slightly different.
I would certainly suggest after 9 months or 8 months of reporting one way and now to change it, it distorts the picture a bit, and I think the overall number of staff turnover is the important factor. We appreciate, as you pointed out, the museum and the eyesight, etc. But I do believe an overall summary gives us the correct view.
No, so my apologies, I'll put that back to the way that it was last month.
Just a minute. Settle down, we will just have it in order. I'm going to let Jeff reply, and if you want to really speak on what Councillor McVicker has raised, we can have that. I've got Councillor Gould coming on another question, haven't I, Councillor Gould? Not to do it. Yes, I'll do that, and then. So, okay, we'll let Jeff go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Firstly, for Councillor McVicker, the key issue that we have is what is the actual target? Now, as Thomas has indicated, we would like the turnover to be sitting round about that 12% mark. The thing, though, is that that's 12% of permanently appointed staff, and the numbers that we have in our organisation include, and that's included in that blue area really, the green area, that includes a lot of staff in the aquatic centre and the museum which are appointed on a casual basis. And so we do expect those staff to turn over. So if we include those numbers in the overall percentage, then the percentage won't be 12% that we're aiming for. It'll be much higher than that, because we do use staff to and get turnover in those areas as the business moves around. So it creates a bit of a blurry picture if we're not careful. I take the point though that what we're not currently looking at here is the turnover in permanently appointed or employed staff. I think that's probably where we need to get to really answer the question you're looking to. Just want to go back to something that Councillor Bentley also raised, and that was the use of contractors. Just my expectation with contractors is that we do not use contract staff to undertake the roles of permanently appointed staff. The expectation that I have is that where we use contractors, we will use them to undertake activities which are quite discrete in nature. So, in other words, it might be some design work on the wastewater treatment station. It may be a study that we need to undertake in the strategy area, or it may be some specific design work. So that's how we use contractors. And in fact, we've got I think as a good employer, there is actually an expectation to us that we do not effectively employ people on a contract basis when in fact the role is not something that's discrete in nature. It's a role that actually continues, and so we would be expecting to recruit permanently into that sort of position.
There were several hands that came up. Were they to do with Councillor McVicker? So Councillor Hunt, was it Councillor Stewart? No, yours is different. Councillor Hunt, was yours on the same topic as Councillor McVicker? I mean, sorry, Councillor Kent? No, different. Okay, Councillor Hunt then.
Thank you. I like this, and I particularly think that if we put it back together, it distorts the figures, as the Chief Executive has said. The fact that we have a high turnover of students is great, because for many of them it's their first job. And I'm happy for that number to be as high as possible, because we're offering a first opportunity, and the same with the museum in times of need. So if you want to put another line in that adds both of them together, by all means do it, but keep the separation so that we can see how the students are coming through and they don't distort the full-time equivalents.
Yeah, would you like to?
Just rather than have another debate about a small issue, I'd be happy with that, what Councillor Hunter's recommended.
Okay,
Cool.
good. Thank you. All right, so now we have Councillor Gould, then Sturt, and then Kent.
Thank you for your report, Thomas. Are you showing with the graph you are forecasting spending more money than what you come in by $4.5 million? As per the operational revenue and the operational expenditure.
No, I'm not showing that at all.
The figures on that page show 114 as the expenditure, an income of 109.5 as forecast.
Oh, yeah, capital subsidies aren't included in that operational revenue. And remembering as well as operational expenditure also includes non-cash depreciation charge.
Couldn't hear you. Can you just repeat it a bit more slowly?
We've stripped out the capital subsidy component out of revenue. So the operational revenue is all revenue bar capital
Right.
subsidies, and that's why the two are different. Yeah.
Other item I'm questioning is on your dashboard. Capital expenditure year to date, you've got 12.4 million. Full year forecast is 23.4. So you're going to spend another 11 million in 3 months.
That is the plan. Yes.
The number of projects ready to go. Okay, Councillor Sturt. You're good. That's nice. Councillor Kent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How many full-time equivalent employees do we actually have in total, including the CCOs, please?
Including the CCOs. Have we got that measure?
I don't know how many employees Rotorua Contracting or the airport employ. I'll have to ask them and find out.
Yeah, and Destination Rotorua Marketing.
Destination Rotorua are included in these numbers.
They are, so
Yep.
it's only the airport and the Rotorua
Yep.
Contracting. Oh, and Grow too. Are Grow in here?
No, but I know Grow. That's two. So
Right.
that's easy one.
Okay, so they're not in here.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. My question is directed at Jeff. Just mentioning when he was talking about contractors and whatnot, just with the health and safety regulations. Now, has that affected your the way you bring in contractors, seeing as we're all responsible for them now?
The answer is a very definite yes, it has. We've put real scrutiny into the way that we bring contractors in, and actually, of course, there's different types of contractors as well. Sometimes there'll be the tenders that we put out, so we have different works going on, through to individuals who come to work into the organisation for a period. So what our health and safety group have done is to actually look at the mechanisms that we employ to ensure certainty that they are applying the same sort of rigour as to health and safety that we do. It is an area of concern and vulnerability to us, of course, and I think that's probably the one that we've spent most time on in reality.
Thank you for that.
All right, so if we've got no further questions on that, we'll move now to page 58. We did have Kaitiaki Māori, but I see... Oh, Craig's you're going to do any update. Thanks, Craig. Are you going to go to the front? That would be nice. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou. Monty's, I've got his apologies. He's at the iwi Leaders Forum this morning, so we'll just take his report as read at this point, and if there's any questions. Yeah.
Councillor Maxwell.
Kia ora. Just the one on page 58 with the recruitment. We've got 19 new employees coming on between 15 March and 15 April. I know that we hold Poheri for them. It's just that if you've got a heads up date, I always like to try and put in my diary and try and get to those welcomes to the new staff.
Yeah,
got an indication yet?
We actually just had one in the last week, I think it was the latest one, and that an invitation should go out to councillors around that, so I'll check if it hasn't. And offhand, I'm not sure when the next one will be scheduled, but they're normally a few months apart.
And the other one, I hear the series sections are going very well, and Kurdu or Flavels was last week.
Mr. Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. The bicultural capability program, just wondering, that's been going for a while now. Have you noticed any impacts amongst staff?
Yeah, and I think it's actually a good point that Monty would have liked to have talked about today. We've just completed the second of our noho marae with our staff. So we've had one out at Waititi, and this week we've been at Owhata marae, and that was attended by about 45 staff that went there, right across the organisation. So far, the feedback's been overwhelming supportive of what's going on. The program was designed on a lot of the feedback the staff gave through some surveys and things about what they wanted to know. So essentially the program takes them through a whole lot of Rotorua history and iwi history in Rotorua, looking at the landmarks and a lot of the important things that went on to give those stories, and it helps them get a real context of some of the work they do, and also talks right through from the early treaty days through to where we are now with Te Tātou and the partnership. So it has been, I think Jeff could possibly comment a little bit more from his point of view, but from the staff it seems to be very positive today.
Kia ora, thank you. Probably like to make a suggestion that maybe the councillors have our own wānanga. Tēnā koutou.
Okay, Mr. Basinia Tuli.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Just an open question, I guess. I've been asked to find out the status of the iwi consultation group.
The status?
Yeah, I know it operated when I was on the standing committee, but I haven't seen anything come forward recently. So does that group still exist, or was it put in the same place that the standing committee went?
I'm not sure.
Through you, Madam Chair, my recollection of that, and I may be incorrect, but I understand that's the consultation around resource consent hearings. So that is operating the same way. Again, it's a case of having people referred through to that. My understanding, it hasn't met for a time, but the intention there was to again build it into how we operate, where those who do need to have notified consents, or there is particular consultation requirements, that group would provide some assistance to us so that they could make the appropriate contacts. So my understanding, it's still in place. It might be something that we just need to tease out with Paul Spurdle, who manages obviously the consent area, so he's the consent manager, and that's a group that operates really for him and to him in support of that.
He is here.
Kia ora, councillors. So the iwi Consultation Committee was a tool which we used over the last few years in relation to getting advice around different resource consents which may have interest to iwi. When we were going through the Te Aroha Partnership proposal, that committee, although still informally exists, stopped meeting on a sort of proactive basis. What we are doing in the meantime, while we work through how we're going to best engage with iwi on resource consents, is we've developed good relationships from that committee with individual members from different hapu and rohi. So we still send out resource consents for their input on an individual basis, but not coming together as a committee. And that's something which we're going to have to review with the Te Aroha board as to how we're going to do that. We have addressed that Te Aroha iwi input from a notified resource consent process in terms of establishing a pool of independent commissioners, which will be coming to you as a paper to SPNF in the next round.
That update. All right, now moving on to strategy and thank you, Craig, for filling in. Appreciate that. Now a strategy and partnerships group with JP from pages 58 to 65. Do you have a few heads up highlights you want to do, and then the questions that councillors may have? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will probably make it shorter than usual considering the time. Councillors, just on page 29, there's the reference in there about, obviously now we've had a decision about online voting. Local Government New Zealand have a particular campaign that they're rolling out across the country, or making available to everyone across the country, to help us promote involvement and participation in voting for this next coming election. Obviously we have a focus as well, so we're just developing up our communications plan around that, and you've heard me refer previously to the fact that with us having a new rural community board, we're hoping to use the current community board to help us come out and have some meetings out in that rural community to promote involvement with the community board, what they do, how they work, and how people can be involved with it. So that's really us trying to use the experience of that current community board to help promote it across that rural area. The other thing that came out of the working party around our representation review was the question that was hung there about the delegations that were available to the community boards. So the community board has now scheduled a workshop date where they'll have a look at what they currently have in the way of terms of reference and delegations. So they will have some recommendations that they'll be able to put back to the incoming council after the election as to what they think would be helpful for them to do a better job within their community area. So those are the things that are underway in that space. So, Madam Chair, maybe it's a case of then just going through a couple of the pages, page by page, if there's any questions.
Got some. So we've got. We have already got some questions from Councillor Gould and Donaldson. So I'll let them ask them, and we'll go through. Oh, and Hunt, we'll go through page by page. Councillor Gould. Okay then. All right. So page 58. We've really covered that in local body elections. 58, 59, public relations and engagement. Any questions on there? Oh, Councillor Hunt.
Had one on the recruitment, the 183 applicants. Were they from all over the country? I'm just interested in where we're getting, and the
Right.
4 vacancies, where they came from.
Madam Chair, I can we do attract applicants from all over the country, so I think that's one of the positive things now about posting job advertisements online. So it's a very effective way of getting a great and a much wider pool of applicants. I can't tell you what areas those 4 vacancies were at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Page 59, we've covered. 60, Councillor Goulden McVicker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With Out of the Forest, you got conclusion by May, June 2016. Is that when you're going to come back to the council and tell us what the current plan is, or how much it's going to cost, or what the strategy is?
Through you, Madam Chair. There's the second round of consultation is just started. You might have seen the newspaper information that's gone out. The first public meeting is on Saturday this week, and after that, and we've had the feedback from the community, we will come back to council and report back to council on that feedback and where we go to from there.
Madam Chair, is this the right time to ask about lumber care, because it is mentioned on page 60 at the bottom?
Dave's going to do a presentation in his part. All right? Yeah, because he's it's good. Councillor McVicker.
Madam Chair, page 60, Out of the Forest. A good document that you've published. Can I ask firstly, who are you targeting specifically? And secondly, I note we haven't highlighted the cost of disposal disparity between the 2 alternatives. Should we not do that?
Yeah, the target is, through you, Madam Chair, the target is to the general community. So if you remember, we've had a steering committee working on this for 2.5 years now. So it's a lot of it is information from the workings of that steering committee. It's the second round of public consultation, or wider public consultation. So and the disparity between the cost is actually highlighted better probably in some of the other material that's gone out. Certainly will be highlighted better in the presentations that go to the public meetings. Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Waru.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Through you, just wondering with the Out of the Forest kaupapa. Are staff aware that there are still some concerns from Ngāti Hurunga Te Rangi with the proposed option?
Yes, we are, through you, Madam Chair, and we're still trying to work through those concerns.
Councillor Sri.
Roading and payments developments for Ngāpuna, Hapu agreement on proposed changes. Could you just explain that one to me? I imagine it's pavements, isn't it, and not I don't know what it means.
Yes, Councillor Schillinger. Apologies, typo. It's roading and pavements. Well, then, as you're aware, the Ngāpuna community have been enclaved into their suburb by surrounding industrial development, commercial development for a number of years. In your LTP, you have assigned a project which is called Urban Neighborhood Improvement Projects. We have been in discussion with the Ngāpuna community over a period of few months, and we have identified ways to improve their infrastructure environment, i.e. they require some additional footpaths, street lighting, some speed calming, intervention, and we'll work with our colleagues in parks and reserves, to improve some of their playgrounds, and also we've got some areas we get regularly with flooded, and we improve the drainage works there too. So combinedly, together with the community, we arrived at a program of works that everybody's happy with, and we are giving effect to it over the next 2 months.
Councillor Donaldson, then Councillor Bentley.
Madam Chair, mine wasn't to page 65.
Councillor Bentley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regard to the meeting I attended last night with Lakes Community Board, Libby Fletcher's going to be rapt when she sees item 2. We've secured external funding for the Tarawera sewage scheme. When did this happen? I must have missed that day.
Explain to us. I looked at the to be confirmed, but
It's outcome sought, not outcome obtained, Madam Chair.
yes, I think it's outcome sought.
Yes, that's correct through you, Madam Chair. It would be nice if we secured the funding, but we haven't yet.
Yes. Okay. All right. Councillor Gould, then Councillor Hunt.
We did push forward a 50,000, didn't we, for the feasibility study?
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councillor Gould. Okay, Councillor Hunt.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, and pavements at Ngāpuna, whether we keep a photographic evidence of before and after, because I think particularly for that community, it would be a really good thing to document. And I just don't know whether Stavros does that as a matter
Yes,
of course.
he's just nodding that he's going to do that. I don't know if he does it as a matter of course, but he'll do that just for you.
Excellent. Actually, it's really for that community, because
Yeah, I know.
then we can look back and we can see where we've come from, and we get something to truly celebrate in the future.
That's a very good idea. I don't know if we do it, but we're going to. Right, moving on now, page 61. Any other questions on page 61? Councillor Tapsell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question on the elections 2016. Do we know who are we targeting a certain segment of the eligible voters, and also are we collaborating with anyone else who's trying to increase the voter turnout?
Through Madam Chair, yeah, I think on the previous page we did say one of our areas of focus was younger people, and it has been an area of weakness in voter turnout, so that will be an area of focus, and also Māori voters in that space as well, so that's quite important. And when we talked about joining up with it, there is the Local Government New Zealand generic campaign material, so Local Government New Zealand helps us with that, so we're going to use their material, so we're part of, in effect, a national campaign, plus our more targeted and specific stuff to our local needs.
Yes, sorry, I missed you out.
Just a quick question, Madam Chair. JP, the emergency management marae preparedness kaupapa, what kind of engagement did we go through there?
We're commencing the engagement, and actually, as probably you know better than I do, there are about 38 marae in the Rotorua district. We believe that the marae, by virtue of the normal function they play, the normal social life of the hapus, are ideal places to be used as community centres for responding to emergencies. And we started together with the Bay of Plenty Regional Group, who have identified a marae engagement framework. There are a number of maraes which have been identified already. We started talking to the to come out to us in the the responsible people in that area to say, look, we would like to include you in that framework of response centres, and it's our hope that over the next 3 or 4 years, if not all 38 maraes, but at least 20 of them will be fully geared, trained, and equipped to become a community response centres, to help with civil defence and emergency management processes.
Thank you, Stavros.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just in relation to the emergency management marae preparedness and Pare Kore, which is the marae recycling scheme. I've been to 2 memorandum of understanding meetings recently, and full reports were presented, and they were excellent. And I just wondered if maybe I've missed, maybe we've had it here before. I'm not sure, but both of them were very, very good. And I think for the knowledge of all councillors, they would be worth looking at.
So it could come to this committee meeting in the future.
They were really
just to
good.
Update, because it is a fairly new idea, and I certainly know a number of marae are quite interested in being part of it. Okay, right, thank you. Thanks, Stavros. So we'll move, you can stay there if you want to in case there's another question, never know. So page 61, 62, anything on 62? Proposed district plan? Economic, Mr. Waru?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick one. with the, just to do with the industrial land survey. Has there been any engagement with Māori, like maybe having Māori land for industrial use?
I think what you've raised is actually the important next step from this conversation, and one that leads into the conversation we need to have now about the spatial plan. At the SPNF meeting last time, we talked about the process now that we've pretty much adopted this district plan to start thinking forward about where we go next, and that will be an important part of that engagement. One of the things that's been undertaken here is really during this long district plan development process, how effective is the industrial land space we have, and there's some good studies about the quantity of industrial land of different types and different sizes that needs to be available within a community to effectively not act as a limit or a handbrake on development. So this piece of work is an important sort of benchmark of where are we at, what have we got available, how useful is that land to be an effective opportunity for growth, and then that's an important input into the conversation we need to have with the wider community about where next, how big, how far, and how close to a range of other things.
Thank you.
Tapsel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is about the tourism strategy. Are we up to strategy? We are in that part, aren't we? It's on page 62. So just a question to clarify in terms of the tourism strategy, now that we've got the Destination Rotorua and Grow Rotorua as a CCO, is that tourism strategy for council alone? I'm just making sure we're not duplicating things, because it should all be the same thing.
It's a very good question, and it actually comes back to the stance we've now taken and how we have got that relationship with the CCOs. If you recall, something like Grow had the ability to write its own strategies and then deliver it on its own strategies. What we've done in the formation of this CCO is probably carry through from what we've been doing through the organisation, where we say, look, strategy is what the core organisation should be focusing on, and our CCOs are about delivery. So this is a strategy for council, written by council, with our community obviously, but really that acts as a guide for us then to say, well, this is the strategic objectives we're trying to achieve for the CCO to deliver against and bring through their statement of intent. So yes, it's a strategy for both the CCO and us, but it's our strategy to give them direction about what we want them to deliver.
Page 63. Anything on there? Oh, I'll just go down the row, shall I? Bentley, Gould, Kent, and Mr. Potawa. Just Potawa.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just two questions on the inner city portfolio. The tender for the city focus was set for the 3rd of May. Have we had a chance for an update on that yet? And my second query with regard to the city focus is, has the design been amended to take into account the issues that are relayed by the safety report of recent time?
I'll probably start with the first piece and then hand over to Stavros on to the second part of that question. I believe that we have had tenders. I haven't seen what the evaluation of those is, but the staff are obviously looking at those now. Probably in anticipation of the next question, Council was quite firm and clear about what the budget expectations were for the City Focus project, so that's particularly important. I know that the team that will be evaluating tenders will also be looking very hard at how that project might be implemented or how the construction would be undertaken, because it is such a sensitive part of the city and it is such an important project for us. So my assumption is that if it doesn't hit either of those two criteria, we would be back out to tender or looking at other options of how to deliver those projects. So I think that's to try and give you the reassurance that it's critically important for us to be key around what the project sum was, and also how it would be undertaken as a piece of work. And if that's not successfully considered, we'd be back out for tender. So that's probably where we're on at that. And as far as the safety report, I'll pass through to Stavros.
Through you, Madam Chair. Obviously, The pre-construction safety audit received, a bit of attention in the media recently. I just want to re-emphasize that the pre-construction audit identified only minor and moderate risks in terms of the design. There are 3 areas which we believe we will need to do some minor work to modify the design. One is to provide some sense of direction for cyclists using the green corridor, but that will be purely signage and some direction guidelines. The second area is where we have some defined pedestrian movements. We need to install sort of the ductile pavers, the yellow, pavers will look like Lego to guide sort of visually impaired people, in the appropriate crossing points. And the third area is to play a bit around with the location of furniture which is situated around the periphery and the perimeter of the live carriageway, where we're going to have vehicles moving through that. And in some areas we have to shift the furniture by half a meter inwards to allow some more free space. None of them are really game breakers. We have identified them, we earmarked them on the design plan, and once the contract has been identified, we will see to the contractor and make these modifications together with the contractor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The city focus, would it be better for you to lease the building, the ex-ANZ Bank building downstairs on Hiniwara Street in the middle that Roger Bird's got an empty shop? It would probably be far better using that as your construction office rather than use the middle of Hiniwara Street or Tanakai Street, because you're doing digging up the road all the time, or you'll be digging up the road and putting on new paving.
Through you, Madam Chair, that's an excellent idea, and not referring to that shop in particular, we have sort of identified and spoken to a building owner, and it had been sort of cited in the documentation that we would be having a sort of a shop that we would hold, so there would be toilets and morning briefing spaces available. We thought that was really important in such an important project in a city, that we would be able to brief at least daily some of the shop owners and businesses around there about what they can expect in the way of noise, dust or other disruption, but as you've said, avoid having portacom and some portaloos also dropped in the middle of town as a construction site. So we had anticipated that, and we had put that into the thinking of the project.
We've got three more questions on this page. Am I right in saying there is a consultant from Auckland at the moment in Rotorua guiding you on the city focused development?
We have got we have a lot of consultants and contractors working with us in different projects. We have got some urban designers who have been doing some of the design work for us, and also some advisors around that. So as you're aware, currently underway is the consideration of the eyesight redevelopment, so there's some architects working on the eyesight. We've talked before about the architect firm who are also working on the library and health hub, and also that we had been using, and you've seen their designs previously, a company called Bespoke, who were also doing some of the streetscape designs. So as you're aware, that included, they were successful in doing the design work for City Focus. They were also successful for doing some work for us around Jean Batten Park and across into Hope Upper Street. We've actually extended the scope of that discussion out to look at how those two areas join up, because it is hugely important as far as a city circulation is concerned, and certainly influences Stavros's decisions about roading as well, because they are all interlinked. So that's been an extended project now, looking at the full connectivity from City Focus right through down to where we're undertaking the work around Jean Batten Park.
The third question, the Tulip Festival, there's a lot of bad publicity in the paper about a contract being awarded to a Tauranga PR company where you've overlooked 2 Rotorua companies. In previous councils going back about 6-9 years, the documents were released to councillors what the leading contracts were. Was this a case where the tenders were close?
Through Madam Chair, I think the important thing to pick up here is no one was excluded. We're talking about a reasonably low value piece of work, so it didn't go out for tender. Instead, 4 quotes was sought, so we had 2 local companies providing quotes. One of those companies was a consortium, and 2 out-of-town companies were also involved in providing quotes. I've reported to the newspaper that those were evaluated on price and against the criteria of what was expected to be delivered, and in this case the company that was successful was an out-of-town company. As you're aware, that in our procurement policy we do have a local weighting, and in this case where it was simply looking at the quotes and the deliverables, there was an important evaluation being done by the staff there about the knowledge and what that meant as opposed to what we were trying to achieve in the way of deliverables. So it was fully evaluated, and there was 2 local contractors who quoted on it.
Question. This is the next item down concerning options for Arrow Street bus stop. I'm quoting Fenton Street bus stop, and there's 3 shops which are in question: Hobbit, Souvenir Shop and the Duck Shop. One of those 3 shops was approached by council and was told that he was under the impression it was going to be a intercity bus stop. He wasn't aware that it was going to be a city-wide bus coming in, and the other 2 shop owners were not approached by council for consultation or anything like that. Is that something which was overlooked?
Councillor Gulte, the advice I have from my staff and from personal knowledge, I can tell you that all adjacent shop owners have been consulted about what's going to happen there. I think with the gift shop, it might be fair to say that the operator of the gift shop, was a person who was present at the consultation, not the owner of the gift shop. However, the gift shop owner was talked to about 3 days ago by my staff. One of his objections, I suppose, is that he was saying that he do not want the bus to stop there because he would not, and I quote, like the riffraff that comes with public transport users. Obviously, as a council, we cannot condone that kind of perception for the users of public transport. We believe we've done everything we can to accommodate on balance the concerns of people in the area. But as our report to council said when we made the recommendation of the bus stop is that we did not have universal support for it, but we think on balance the benefit of the bus stop are more than the disbenefits. So the short answer is that the operator and the owner of the gift shop have been contacted, have been spoken to. The straight answer is that the owner is not happy about it, but we still think that is the right location for the right reasons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just back to the city focus. I raised the issue at the request of some retailers some time ago when the city focus came on the map, and the question was asked whether as a result of the City Focus redesign, car parks would be lost. And the response that I received in this chamber was no car parks would be lost. Now, I read in the safety report that the turnaround circle is to be relocated 19 metres to the west. I just wondered how that's going to be achieved without losing car parks, and if so, how many are going?
Madam Chair, I'm actually I believe we've talked about this previously. We did come back with the detailed designs, and if you recall, we took a steer from Councillor Sturt and Councillor Sarank, who asked us also to extend the discussion about City Focus to talking about the middle car parking on the western side. And so as part of that process, we visited all the shops and business owners in that section, and the message we got back was, at the time, was please do not touch our middle car parking, but at the same time the but was we have a problem with the crossing in front of the Quest, and also concerns about the Quest's ability to have appropriate drop-off area. So that had been discussed and added into the design that was then agreed by the businesses in that vicinity. So they all accepted that. My understanding I think it was about 4 or 5 more car parks were removed. So that became the basis of the final design that was approved by you for us to go out to tender with. Yeah.
It was earlier in the year, wasn't it? Okay, Mr. Basanya Tuli, I'll get used to that.
Just a quick question about the Tulip Festival. How much was the nominal amount?
The threshold we have in our procurement policy is that we can seek quotes for sums or projects under 25,000. Above 25,000, we should be having a procurement plan or identifying why we're not going to an open tender process. So the estimate for this work was under 25,000.
And just
one. Oh, sorry. Yep.
One
yes.
more follow-up question about the digital strategy. I'd just like to mihi to Councillor Donaldson and to Linda Goldsmith. It's very progressive to get a digital strategy coming out of a city, but I've also come across a lot of local IT companies who haven't been consulted and who do have opinions about how the strategy could be developed. Is there a way to incorporate local IT companies?
I think it would be quite valuable. We certainly have relationships with a few, but if you know of so many others, appreciate some guidance. And I don't know quite what we were up to with the process with Linda. I think Dave might be able to give us an update. But anyone else who's interested in engaging around that project and that strategy, I think will be gratefully received.
Councillor Serenk?
Question on the City Focus contract, Madam Chair, as was pointed out, closed on the 3rd of May. I presume we've got multiple tenders, not just one.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure. So we'll have to get an update out to you in the next day or so. I know the staff were going to go and look at those.
Okay. Thank you. Right, so we're on page 64 and then 65, and I know we'll let Councillor Donaldson be very patient. Just do six.
Thank you, Madam Chair, because I am going to have to go in half an hour. If we
oh, right. Well,
there,
we've just got one more report after this.
Okay. So my question, and acknowledge Potawa's last question, at the launch of the Motelier's new website last night, the IT provider for that, for example, and a number of the Moteliers were absolutely unaware of the existence of the Around Town app. And the fact that we're developing a digital strategy. So there's so many people operating in this space. I think that's a good challenge to throw out there, is how do we engage with them all? And it's sort of a bit along my question, which is the final bullet point on 65 under the people portfolio. I confess to be totally ignorant about the Good Health Rotorua directory not being renewed and supporting Lakes DHB's investment in web health. That sounds a bit digital to me, and I wonder if that is woven into our digital strategy, what we're embarking on there, but could I get a bit more explanation about what that's all about, because I have no knowledge at all.
Chair, I think I'm caught short on that one as well. I think Councillor Serenk then. Thank you, Councillor.
Good Health Directory, Councillor Donaldson, was started some years ago by our department that was on the end of the second floor here, and it was an excellent document done in conjunction with CAB, the DHB, and it carried all matters, well, it carries, and it was up for renewal this year because I've had inquiries about it already. It carried all sorts of health groups that one could refer oneself to without having to go through any hoops. So it's a document that's been very well used. I know that, and I am a little disappointed that it's only going to be on a website, because a lot of the people, for instance, it was always in CAB, and if you went in there and you asked particular questions, you were given the Good Health Directory. So I know there's just been a survey done by the Daily Post, who surveyed quite a few of us that had participated in that document, just to say that they were going to do an extra supplement in the Daily Post for 2 days, rather than, because they'd heard on the grapevine that Good Health wasn't going to be on paper, on hard copy, but a lot of us decided we wouldn't because, of course, you know, the paper is tomorrow's fish and chips. It's not like having it was a document about like that size and you know, very handy indeed. So it's a shame. So that's the history behind that.
And Isla's team. But have we talked to DHB if they're prepared to put out any paper copies or not?
I think there's certainly the option of obviously printing off what's been put in a digital form. I think the other option is just to remind people that even those without direct computer access can get that through the library, and my understanding is CAB we're going to make available sort of a digital form so that they could also make it available for people to see or print, so there might be a range of ways to access it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And look, I'll bring that up with Linda, because I think where we're getting to, there are so many digital reference points out there, including apps, that it's possibly good to have a supplementary or an index attached to our strategy so that people can refer to them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Waru.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just mihi first, on page 65 there, about the Upper Moana Marae DIY project. It was great. It was awesome. I was there. It brought a lot of people back, even as far as from Australia and America, just to help with their marae. I think it was a great community initiative, and so ngā mihi nui ki te kaunihera. So that's that, and the fund was very much appreciated. And it's a marae of mine and my tamariki too, so I say that from tangata whenua. But my pātai was about the geothermal liaison group. What's the makeup of that group, JP?
I'm on it. There's Councillor Donaldson and myself, because of our portfolio, Sustainable Living, Economic Growth, Regional Council, my portfolio lead advisor. We've only had one meeting so far.
Is the Wairiki Geothermal Association...
We were trying to by more that potentially could be on there. So it was a very first meeting. Who else was on there, Councillor Donaldson?
Yeah, both regional councils, so
both,
Waikato
Regional
Regional Council, who have significant geothermal resource in their rohi as well. But also I did raise the Geothermal Association, and they're more viewed as a stakeholder who will be engaged with rather than being on the actual liaison group. But it's convened by Bay of Plenty Regional Council, and that's where we meet across in Arawa Street.
Great.
I think just adding to that again, a bit like the Air Quality Working Party, it was something that the Regional Council sought to establish, and they formally wrote to Council asking for a representative or two representatives to go on to that working group or that group. But I think what you've raised is really important, and obviously we need to feedback about how we make sure the stakeholders are looped in.
The reason I bring that up is because I think it's really important, especially with the what is our vision, the spa city of the Pacific, and geothermal being a resource that's largely untapped. You know, I think that's great potential to spread the word a bit.
We're grateful we've finally got a working party. It's a start. All right, Councillor Maxwell.
Still on page 64? Okay. The last bullet point on page 64, for information, I was on that panel that chose chose Te Puia to provide the sculpture for that particular event, and so just a bit of a compliment and bouquet to Mark Spiketerbosch, yeah, that's pronounced his name, for the process that he did. There were eight very good presentations, and I think they're about to start very shortly on that area. So just for information, thank you.
Page 65, six circled down, agreement has been reached to relocate the artwork. What artwork are we talking about? Is it
Madam Chair, it's the colourful art panel or design work that's actually hanging on some of the old pillars of the City Focus sale. So I believe it's on the western end. It's the very colourful panels that are attached up onto the large flat-sided pieces of what used to hold the sail up. So that's the artwork we're talking about. So those will be removed from that pillar before it's demolished and removed, and will be transported, in this case, to the airport.
Thank you very much, JP. I think we need to move on. We're starting to lose people. And I apologise that there's no lunch provider for us today, so I hope you can all have enough stamina to get through the last presentation from Dave's group. So we'll move to that, and then it's just hopefully short and confidential. So Dave, pages are 65 to 86, which is rather long, so I don't know that we'll go through page by page, but I know Dave has got a PowerPoint presentation and will include the lumber cube update.
Yes, I will, and picking up on Councillor Gould's point on that we should have a lumber cube presentation, I would point out to Council that we have had a lumber cube presentation at every committee meeting for the last month and a half, I think. The issue, of course, we run into is in terms of putting it into the agenda, because, of course, the agendas come together about 3 weeks before we come to meet here, and obviously there's a wee bit of water flows under the bridge in terms of such a dynamic process as this one. So I'm going to pick it up from the last presentation that Jeff did, as opposed to going right back to day one and where we've come from day one. I think that's been really well covered in terms of those things. What you can see up on the projector is we have done 2 newspaper articles. They've been inserted into the Daily Post and to the other papers circulating around the city. So that's gone in. We've also done brochures, so we've delivered brochures to the eastern suburbs. So there's 2,400 brochures delivered each time. So we have done 2, and we're continuing to do brochures to keep people up to date with where things are up to. We also have a timeline agreed in terms of where we will go to from here. Right, so that is the high-level overview. Mitigation strategy, the 27th of April, that has been done. We have letters agreed between us and Lumbercube, and they are available to council. They're also on our website. You will have them either in your pigeonhole or being delivered to you fairly soon. Our consultants are working on a noise mitigation plan, and they advise that will be done within the next 10 or so days, subject to the operation of Lumbercube. Lumbercube at the moment are doing some internal works, so for them to do the noise mitigation plan, they need to get in jointly to see what is going on in the plant. That will be with us by the 31st of May, no problems with that. And then an implementation plan by the 21st of July. So that's actually to mitigate more mitigation work, what that is going to be. Now that isn't to say that the mitigation work will start after the 21st of July, because items have been addressed already for people to start working on, and Lumbercube are working and continuing to work on mitigation plans that they've had in place. So that continues to occur. That is just a brief screenshot. They are the 2 letters. They are with you at the moment. And the final slide we have is this is the element that has come into us by the 2 noise consultants. So our noise consultants have gotten together, and that is the process that they are going to follow and the times that they are going to follow. You'll notice down the side they've got an element of some question marks to be confirmed. Don't take those question marks of to be confirmed as not fitting in with the items on the previous slide. What it is just for them to sit down and state what times will that be able to occur, but they're very, very clear and have advised that it will be occurring within the timelines that were on that slide there. Okay, so 21st of July, 31st of July, we are on track for that. What we're continuing to do in the meantime is we are continuing to monitor. So we have new noise monitoring equipment arriving reasonably soon. It is apparently on the wharf, needing to be cleared through customs, was the last I heard, actually going through that process. So it is in New Zealand. And what that equipment allows is actually for it to be left in a location, okay, and actually to be accessed remotely. So we've identified a few locations where we will be putting that so that it's nice and safe and secure, so that we can continue to do monitoring, but with not quite the same level of resource as we were having to invest before. We'll be monitoring the noise consultants' progress as to how they're going around their timelines, getting those plans in place to ensure that they fit the timelines that we've agreed to, and continuing to liaise with the community. So we've got regular updates going in onto our website, and regular updates going out to the community. So that is where we're up to in regards to Lumbercube.
All right, pretty comfortable, thank you. Mr. Waru?
Sorry, just a quick thing there. I've been sort of doing my own little project. I know a lot of the families that live very close to the mill, at Ngāpuna there, and even Potoa himself living up by Apamona there, just on the other side. And it seems to me, it's good having a big plan. But the main thing that keeps coming through, and I think you're aware of that anyway, Dave, is the continuous thump. And I've even got people to, when they've woken up, to write out what time it is that they've been woken up, what it is, describe what they're hearing, and what it is that's really getting at them. And it just all comes back to that same thing. It's that thump, that crashing sound. And I've heard that that the council went to, or some councillors went to have a bit of a tour of the mill, and there were some things that had been put in place. Now, all I'm saying is, and this is what they have been saying to me, is that's the only thing that's really bugging them. It's not all this other noise stuff that's coming from the side trucks. They put up with that for years. It's just this continuous thump thing. So I wonder if we just go straight to it, right to the guts of it, and just address that one problem. I'm pretty sure that the complaints will start to come down a bit. So I don't know, what you might already have some things in place there.
Yes, through you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Waru. That's correct. That's the consistent thing that people are saying. That it's the low base level of the noise, and as you say, that thumping that comes in. We've done a bit of work up until now with Lumbercube to try and identify that, whether it's coming from outside. And Lumbercube are continuing to do work inside around those sort of things. So they've got people in this week looking to do that. They're continuing with the internal noise mitigation work that they're doing, and our noise experts will come in. But certainly the thing that's been identified by both of the noise experts is that low level bumping. And it gets more distinctive, interestingly, the further away you get. Okay, the further away you go, that's about all you hear. Whereas when you're close, you've got a wider element of the bandsaws and the other competing noise from the other mills around the location. So yes, you're absolutely right.
And so how confident are you, Dave, Madam Chair, of Lumbercube sticking to that plan you just put up there, the dates?
The dates that are there aren't Lumbercube's dates. They're the dates we've agreed with the consultants working for us and Lumbercube. Okay. So Lumbercube have a commitment to mitigate the noise. They always have. And they've done a lot on the noise right the way through till now. And they have not made any statements that they believe they're finished in regards to that. So they are committed to this process. The issues that we've run into before have been around the technical advisors and the availability of the technical advisors, and actually fitting it into their programs. And at one stage there were 3 technical advisors, now we're working with 2. And that actually makes it a little bit easier trying to coordinate diaries with 2 consultants as opposed to 3.
Thank you, Dave.
Presentation day. I take it you still the 0800 number phoned in by residents with complaining of the noise, so that you're aware of which parts of Lim or Opona are affected?
Yes, we are continuing, and we will keep the 0800 number, and we're really happy that people call us to advise what's going on, and because it actually feeds into the data so that we can identify what it is. So what we've got now is we've got people giving us a little bit more detailed information. Right, so now they're telling us when they heard the bang, the nature of it far more, as Mr. Waru has suggested. So we're recording each one of those, and they're recorded into the time slots. They're being maintained on a spreadsheet, which has every street that they're coming from. So on an overnight basis, how many calls did we get from each particular street, so that we can then itemise that. The team downstairs are analysing that for new streets, whether there are any new streets coming into the mix of that, and that gets raised. So yes, we are encouraging people to call us, because the more information we have on it, the better we can come up with a resolution.
I don't think we'll go through page by page. Do some of you have highlighted questions you would like to ask on the rest of Dave's report? So we'll go to Councillor McVicker.
Madam Chair, JP got page by page.
I know he did. I know he did, but yeah, I know he did.
Madam Chair, because I have no intention really of going through page
Were
by
you
page,
just
but
being
if I could
facetious,
just quickly lead in. One thing I would like to raise, I've only got a few points to raise. Animal control. Animal control's been quite a high level issue around dangerous dogs in the media for the last 3 or 4 weeks. You may or may not be aware that our pound operator got attacked by a pit bull cross, and obviously quite a serious attack by a pit bull cross. So we're, and have been for a wee while, focusing on the education program. So we reactivated the education program around into schools. So I just sort of highlight the work that's been going on in there with the dog team. Goes down very, very well. There's a little bit of work in there on the analysis of the consents in terms of how busy the team have been and what's happening around growth. So Paul's going to sort of alternate between what's happening within the business with what's happening in the sector and give a bit more analysis. And the other 2 points I'd raise, Madam Chair.
Foster, and I'll be fairer next time.
No, that's quite all right.
Councillor McVicker. Councillor McVicker didn't have his microphone. Did you hear that?
Pleased to see that we are ahead of last year.
It's a reminder with the thing too, but it's recorded when it's on the microphone, so that's good. All right, any other questions? Yes, Mr. Waru?
Just a quick one. It's in regards to the museum retail. Excellent performance. So has this council considered considered a similar pop-up shop at the Rotorua airport? Just want to put it out there, seeing as it's being so successful.
The council hasn't, but you may be aware that the airport board has a bit of a capital work program. I think it was covered by Nicole and Peter at the last meeting as to where they're up to. Certainly in regard to that, the retail offering at the airport is being considered into the mix of that. Yep.
Yes, I just brought it up because it makes sense. Two council-operated things to help each other out.
It's operated though by our council-controlled organisation, so I think they've got plans. Mr. Asanye Tuli.
Kia ora. Just a quick question about streetlights on page 81. Streetlights out in Taharangi, and I've had 3 different people ask, who do they call to get their streetlights fixed? They've been out for 2 months.
Get them to phone the customer service centre.
Yes, that's a
what
short
they
answer.
do.
Anybody who has an element in regards to council service delivery or a complaint to make should ring the council's call centre.
And if they don't have any joy, which they normally do, then you can go and ask which appropriate officer to have a chat to. All right?
The other important thing about the call centre is the calls calls come into there are monitored, requests for service are put in place. That request gets sent to the appropriate person and is followed up by customer service to make sure that request has been cleared or actioned.
Right. Now, There was someone else, wasn't there? Oh, sorry, Councillor Tapson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine was exactly on the street lights as well as also in not only Kosher but Selwyn and Western Heights. The lights have been faulty for quite a while now. So, but I would like to still ask the question: if someone calls, is that taken into account in the renewals, or are they dealt with individually? I'm just thinking, like, will they ever be turned down because of budget reasons or something, or do you still deal with them?
Now, renewals is a different thing. Renewal is effectively the replacement of the pole. Any lights which are out of hand would under maintenance, and we have maintenance contractors who the call goes to the maintenance contractor around bulbs and checking bulbs and replacing bulbs.
Even though you've got the replacement of the UV, with UV lights, it's very slow. It's going to take us a long time, isn't it? 2%.
Yeah, if we carry on at that rate. There have been some discussions going on as to whether some provider will come in and switch out the entire amount. So there have been some discussions that have been raised with us by people, and we've said to each one of them, yes, we're keen to see a proposal from them. Those proposals have been a little bit slow in coming, but when we make contact with them, they're still working on them. So part of the thing that we have thought about is actually whether, rather than owning lights and replacing bulbs, whether we simply buy lumens. So we actually enter into a contract with a single provider to ensure that we get certain levels of street lighting where they would then manage the electricity management, all of that sort of thing.
Okay.
So that is still in the mix. Going at a little bit slower than we
That's
would
right.
like.
That would be a big decision, wouldn't it, to change that? So it needs a thorough analysis. So I have before I go to you, Councillor Donaldson, I've got a quick question on page 73, with more to do with the community engagement and events team and the meetings I've had with the Ream Street Reserve in Nongataha, and I've certainly had some conversations with people, and it does read, unfortunately, in here that we've started already, and I know the submission period has been extended. So I know this was written some time ago, but it's just kind of a bit misleading, and I'm a bit concerned about some people who are not entirely happy yet.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. You're correct. The Remy Street play space that we were looking at doing was a playground. We've gone out to engagement, and we're getting a fairly clear message that a playground is not what is desired. It's more a take the whole park, which runs along the lakefront approach, and turn it into a more usable space. We had been going through an engagement process with that, and we're getting a number of sort of mixed messages. At the time that this was written, we seemed to be on a relatively good track. We basically extended the consultation period to make sure that we do get the community's view and everybody's opinion, so that it's a bit erroneous in terms of the time frame. So we've delayed it, and we've still got information coming in on that. So it will be a slightly delayed project because we want to get it right.
We know we're near starting. That's good. That's comforting. Thank you, Councillor Donaldson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before I have to apologise and leave, just on page 79 on rural fire, and I'm just referring to the recent announcement by central government that they're going to merge rural fire and the New Zealand Fire Service, and next year I think it is, they're putting several million towards this. Did we see this coming, and have we had any sort of heads up, and what will our input into the shape of rural fire services for our community be going forward? Have you got any idea at this stage, Dave?
I'll give an answer and then pass to Stavros. Yes, we were aware it was happening. You may be aware that this, there was an announcement made, but it's been simmering away in the background since around about 2010 in terms of how they would handle it, what they would do with the fire service, where would the fire service get its money, how would we handle the elements of rural fire versus the fire service, urban fire. So there has been some involvement through Pumicelands, but probably fair to say not a lot, because it's actually effectively an operational decision. The Crown have made the determination that there is going to be a restructure of the fire service. I think it's probably likely that the nature of the engagement will be more around how and what the impacts will be on the volunteer fire services and the rural fire service as they get to the sort of implementation stage. So I'll pass to Stavros if he has any further comment.
This announcement of the minister basically is a accumulation of a process that started back in the year 2000. As you probably recorded, the formation of a large rural fire districts. Encourage local authorities and forestry owners to work together to create more unified, command structures for rural fire. I think it's not a surprise. The end game for this process is 2018. Still a lot of unknown. From the council's perspective, there are two key considerations. At the moment, discharging our rural fire responsibilities cost us probably in the region of $250,000 a year. If the recommendations go through and the funding will be done through property insurance levies and so on, obviously the council in the future will not have to fund it. However, we need to keep our eye out just to make sure that our rural properties, our reserves and so on are well protected. So it's a challenge, both at the financial level and the operational level, but we have to work together with the New Zealand Fire Service to make sure we're not left exposed after that process.
We've all had, thank you. I do think, Carol, perhaps we should consider having lunch, in the future when these meetings are long. It's a bit long, isn't it? Having even a half an hour break's probably a good plan. Anyway, we'll keep going. I think that's all on this part, and now we will go. So thank you, Dave and Stavros, for your presentation. All the work there. So now could we have a resolution to go into public excluded? So could I have a mover, Councillor McVicker, seconded Councillor Hunt. All in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So I don't think we'll break. We'll just wait. It's not a lot in confidential. It's a small update. I know. No, I think we're saving money. So could someone please move the confirmation of the confidential minutes of O&M on the 7th of April? Councillor Bentley, Councillor Gould, all in favour, please say aye. Against? Carried. So Dave is giving us a confidential verbal update on the residential land availability, is that right?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, and I'll pass to Simon. Simon's done the work and done the presentation. It was a question that was raised last time round when we met as to where are we in terms of the stuff and how is this going. There have been some internal workshops thinking about the whole availability of industrial land, the availability of residential land and so on. Simon has done some research in